All right, I'd like to call the meeting of the Executive Committee to order. The first item on the agenda is approval of the minutes of the previous meeting.
Second.
Motion been approved. Any comments or corrections? Seeing none. All in favor, say aye. Opposed? Motion carried. Item number 2. The closed session is anticipated that the Executive Committee will meet in closed session pursuant to section 19.8, parents 1, parents E of the Wisconsin statutes to deliberate and or negotiate purchasing of public properties, the investment of public funds, or conducting other specified public business where competitive bidding reasons require a closed session, specifically to discuss and formulate strategy for negotiating related to countywide public safety radio operational costs.
I so moved. Second.
Okay, roll call.
Supervisor Meyer,
Yes.
Supervisor Miller,
Aye.
Supervisor Horace, Supervisor Kapronka, Supervisor Trottier,
Aye.
Supervisor Weatherston,
Aye.
Supervisor Shakur,
Aye.
Supervisor Spencer, Chairman Kramer.
Yeah, aye. We are in closed session. We're going to be going to the room behind. We could.
All right, good evening, everyone. We'd like to call the joint meeting of the Finance and Human Resources Committee meeting and Government Services Committee meeting to order for Tuesday, July 14th. We're running a little behind, so it's just about 6 o'clock. And we will open the meeting and I will turn it over to Supervisor Caprillion. Services?
Yeah, thank you so much. You did just call the finance meeting to order, and then I'm just officially calling the government services meeting to order. And I'm going to bounce it back to you. If you want to ask your youth, we'll recognize the two youth here this evening and then read the youth statement.
Correct. We do have two youth that are present tonight for this part of the meeting. So as standard procedure, we'll have the youth and governance read a statement. Millie, would you please read the statement tonight?
Okay. Hello, we are members of the Racine County Youth and Governance Program, and we will be participating in tonight's meeting. This program serves to empower youth in Racine County by encouraging us to participate in the local government. We have agreed to abide by the applicable standards of conduct that would govern any elected county board member. While we are encouraged to participate and are allowed to have a non-binding advisory vote on matters before the committee, all formal action taken by this committee will be based solely on the binding votes made by county board supervisors.
All right, thank you, Millie. All right, so item number one on the combined agenda tonight is consideration of resolution 2026-XX by Finance and Human Resources Committee and the Government Services Committee authorizing police service agreements with Racine County municipalities. Action is requested for first reading tonight at the July 14th, 2026 County Board meeting. And I think we have Chief Deputy Widener here to kind of step us through these templates of the police contracts. Thank you.
All right, good evening, everyone. My name is Jim Widener. I'm the Chief Deputy with the Sheriff's Office, and with me this evening is Captain Kelly Getzky. So tonight's topic is law enforcement contracts. So I'm sure all of you recall over the last tail end of last year and through early this year, there was numerous conversations before the entire board, as well as the Finance, Human Resources, as well as the Government Services subcommittees centering around contracts. Specifically at that time, it was the Sturtevant contract that was being discussed. But really what this did was just kind of open up a global discussion in regards to law enforcement contracts for law enforcement services to the municipalities. Now, during that process, we began to have several small group meetings with the executive elected officials of the county board, just to really start talking through different components of the law enforcement contracts. And those discussions have continued since the last time that we were here. So as we had stated when we were standing before all of you for asking for the approval for the Sturtevant contract, we said we were going to continue to work with the executive elected officials and as well as our partners with Corporation Counsel and Finance in the development of ultimately a new standardized template for law enforcement contracts for the Racine County Sheriff's Office. Now, we have done work on that, and that's what we're really here to present to all of you and walk through what a draft of what that new template looks like. And then again, look for feedback from both of these subcommittees on their thoughts on the template and use that to drive the discussion moving forward. The goal and purpose of this is really to create a standardized contract template that has been ratified and authorized by the county board as this new standard as we move forward, should additional municipalities come to us and look to contract, as well as our existing municipalities that contract with us to standardize and utilize a new version of the contract. And the goal of this is to really strike a balance between the county as well as the municipality's needs. All right, so what went out in the meeting packet for you is two contracts, a one-year version, as well as a three-year, multi-year contract. So when we look at those, we'll kind of give an overview of the contracts as we, some of the changes, the departures from what we've had historically. So the one-year contract is, the duration would be 1 year for it. Now, from a price point standpoint, the largest driver on the costs is the hours that of service of coverage that a municipality is asking for. And then it's what level of deputy that we would bill that at. Now, for a 1-year contract, we would look at billing at a step 7 deputy, which is a top paid deputy. So oftentimes we would potentially envision this utilized for municipalities that only contract for maybe a small number of hours that don't want to engage in a longer term contract. And then with that, we would charge at a higher rate because of it's not necessarily a full-time deputy. It would be just like from a scheduling standpoint, who is available. We'd send them out there to work different the allocated hours, and what rate they were at, it wouldn't be consistent. So for the 1 year, we would look at that 1 year term, and we would charge at a step 7 rate. The 3-year contract, and from our perspective, this is in the best interest of both the municipalities as well as the county. A longer term contract allows for stability and planning, especially when we look at our larger contracts. So they can be, approaching $1 million to in excess of $1 million each year. So this is a significant amount of money, amount of manpower that's associated with these contracts. And the more we can plan and have stability in the longer term, the better. And we feel that for the municipalities, it's the same way. They can plan appropriately longer term. And from a fiscal benefit, what we would look at with a 3-year contract, we would bill at a step 5. So to give some fiscal incentive to engage in a longer term contract with us. At the bottom, the third option there, that is kind of a special circumstance. Should, like what occurred with Sturtevant, a municipality approach us that's a new contract that hasn't been with us before, and would necessitate hiring of new deputies, new bodies to service that contract. It would be a case-by-case basis, but we would want a longer term engagement with them, but depending and balance that out with the commitment and the investment from a monetary standpoint, as well as hiring of new deputies to give some greater stability. As an example, when we engaged in the contract with Sturtevant, we wanted and agreed to a 5-year contract. So it gives us longer stability years wise, because we're going to be hiring 10 deputies in that circumstance. So those, if we had new municipalities come to us and ask us for contract numbers, that's how we would handle it. The core contracts would be the same, but we would look at a longer duration depending on how many people would have to be hired to service that contract. The last asterisk there that will pop up here in a minute, there is specific language changes that were needed in some of the contracts if by statute that municipality is mandated to provide law enforcement services. If they are a village, they're in excess of 5,000. They have a legal mandate to provide those law enforcement services. There's specific language that needs to be added to the contract, just to state very clearly and plainly that the sheriff's office is the one that is fulfilling that statutory obligation. All right, so I know you guys don't have a copy of the PowerPoint, so I'll just kind of talk through this a little bit until we get it back online. So what you'll notice is when you look at the new contracts, they are formatted differently. Really, Corp Counsel has been a huge assistance with this and helping us to reformat this. And the goal is really just to move towards proper formatting that would align with other types of contracts that we traditionally use with the county, with the structure, and clearly define with section headers to kind of break everything out, as opposed to what you saw in our previous contracts, where it was just paragraphs. It was a little bit more cumbersome to really find key areas and what the contract was covering. So really just from a formatting standpoint, that was one of the big changes. And then also ensuring readability and prevents misinterpretations, and really just makes it cleaner for both sides, both for the county entering into the contract as well as the municipality entering into the contract. So that was really one of the big driving forces in kind of revamping the formatting to align with that. The other piece that you'll notice that is the financial components of it. So you heard us talk a lot about the administrative fee. This is the first year that we enacted an administrative fee, and it was really because costs are growing within law enforcement because a lot of the ancillary equipment and technology that we have to utilize, and really utilizing the administrative fee that was set at 5% as a way to recoup some of those costs and offset the costs that are borne by the county. Can you guys see on the side? No, okay. Oh, look, there it is. All right, perfect. Yeah, I'm sorry. All right. So with the administrative fee. Now, so obviously we are keeping the administrative fee as a part of our contract. Now, in the discussions that we've had internally and with the executive elected leadership, the determination for the draft contracts is to, for this first 3-year period, is to lock the administrative fee at 5%. So this allows us, as we kind of move forward into these next years, to really refine and work with finance on refining the costs and kind of make sure that they are reflective of that 5%, or if there is reason to have to escalate those costs to ensure that the county is recouping those costs. Because from a statutory standpoint, that's really what it is. We're looking at providing these resources, but the goal is to be as neutral as possible when it comes to the cost, passing those costs on to the municipality that is receiving those services. And we want to be able to accurately identify what all of those costs are. And then also, because this is a new fee that just started this year, was to allow basically a runway or kind of acclimation from the municipalities to managing this new fee. The other component is overtime. So overtime came up time and time again in our conversations. Now, overtime had not historically been a part of our contracts previously. And when we really took a look at this, it is about striking a balance. So statutorily, municipalities either can choose to enact additional law enforcement services by contracting with the sheriff's office, and some municipalities are mandated statutorily to provide law enforcement services. But really what those law enforcement services are kind of those baseline law enforcement services. And when we looked at the sheriff's office, there's kind of two large components. We have the global sheriff's office and the services and resources we provide to everybody, every municipality, assisting, whether it's with special events or it's assisting with large calls, specialty resources. This is a part of what the sheriff's office does. And municipalities and citizens pay tax towards that. From a county perspective, that offsets those costs within the sheriff's office. This is why if, we go out, and as an example, we were out at Burlington maybe a couple months ago for a criminal barricaded subject, and the SWAT team had to come out. We bring all those resources. This is part of what the sheriff's office does. Nobody gets a bill for that. That's just mutual aid and assisting, and that's part of what the sheriff's office does. So when we started to really take a look at the overtime, what we found was what we felt the best way to move forward and directly connected back to those core law enforcement services that are being provided by contract are what we refer to often as late call overtime. So an example of this would be, so in Union Grove, the deputy assigned to Union Grove is working, and maybe they make an arrest an hour before their shift is done, and they have to stay to complete all of the follow-on paperwork and taking the person into custody. And that can equate to maybe 1 additional 2 hours or more, depending on that call, to be able to handle that. But that's a call that was directly related back to that municipality. That's a normal course of service on a day-to-day basis. So one of the issues that we've had is just the ability to track that down to that level of detail, a late call type overtime in a specific geographic location. Now, what we've been working on with finance, as well as with Travis, I know he's here, Travis's team with performance and data analytics, is developing a tool that has the ability to screen and really condense down that information so that we can pull that out by municipality, by geographic area, what types of overtime are coming out of there. So when we look at the overtime, what we're looking at doing is we've created a new line in Appendix A that lays out all of the fees that is in your packet that states overtime. Now, as a placeholder, finance just put in like a multiplying factor, so you had a number in there. But what we're looking at doing is this coming year in 2027, which would be the next round of contracts, we're looking at utilizing and refining this tool that has been built to be able to track that overtime for every contract area that we have and get an accurate depiction of what the average monthly overtime truly would be for that municipality. So we would utilize 2027 to track that data. And then in 2028, we would look at enacting billing for that overtime. Now, we would do that by taking the data that we had, averaging and projecting forward what the average was per month for the municipality. Now, that would be built into Appendix A, which is given to the municipalities ahead of time, as this is what the new cost will be for the coming year. And what we will do, we know that's an estimate. We do the same thing with mileage. So we estimate based off of what the average has been with the municipality and what their mileage has been, and that gets readjusted every year. So we would do something similar with overtime, but with finance, they would work very closely with this. They would then basically take the actuals and on a regular basis go through and true up what the actual overtime would be that would be expended by that municipality.
Can I ask you a question?
Yes.
How does that affect the 3-year contract? You got somebody in a 3-year contract, it's not.
Mhm.
By the way, the overtime specs need to increase your, whatever it's going to be, your average for that.
Yep. Okay. So, and this has been how the past practice has been with the contracts, and it's also written into the contract that every year Appendix A is updated. So the costs for the sheriff's office, they go up every single year. They adjust, they change based off of the primary driver on that is the wages for the deputies. And right now we're in a settled contract. We know that percentage wise, it's going to go up for the next 2 years. So every year that Appendix A is updated with the new wage rates. It's also updated with the new benefit rates that are set oftentimes by the state. And those get updated. So this has been the past practice, and it's also laid out in the contract. So that will be updated now that we add that piece in there for the administrative fee as well as the overtime. Those are components also that would be updated on a yearly basis with the Appendix A.
What's the advantage?
They lock in at a step 5 deputy. So it's a lower rate deputy. So they're paying less from a step standpoint, and it also allows them to plan forward. They know that this is approximately the range that they're going to be in. Now, also with this for both the single and the 5-year, in this first draft that we've proposed is locking the 5% administrative fee for those first 3 years. But then starting in 2030 and beyond, utilizing the administrative fee once we work with finance to really refine what the actuals are and use that to adjust. If the costs are more, the administrative fee could be increased. And I'll walk through kind of a timeline of what that looks like per year in just a couple slides. It'd be after the 3rd year of the contract. So entering into this next 3 years, so 27, 28, and 29, it would be locked. And then starting in 2030, having the ability to increase the administrative fee to adjust to the actuals, because that's what we're allowed to legally. But in there, it would also allow up to a 3% per year with a max of 9% in the 3-year term of adjustments to address those actuals. And it'll make a little more sense when I kind of walk through the timeline on this, because there's also a mechanism in there to report back out to the municipalities once a year and the county board what the actual expenses are, tracked by finance, and then allowing the municipalities an opportunity to review that. And if they can test that, or if they have concerns or challenges to that, then we can have conversations with them to address and show, why we're at those actuals. And that would be directly reflective in whatever potential increase would be adjusted to for the following year.
So the advantage to the county would be a 1-year contract versus waiting.
Even in the multi-year, the Appendix A will change every single year. And this is one of the categories after this first 3 years.
1 year.
In the draft that we have provided, the single years, we would just keep it locked for both for that first 3 years that the administrative fees would not increase. Now, what we're presenting to you is an initial draft. of all of this. And it's meant to be given to both of these bodies for discussion. And obviously, we're here to answer questions and just kind of walk through how we came to this draft, and in collaboration with all the other partners that have been in discussion of this up until this point. But the goal ultimately is to have the board, through resolution, approve a new template of this contract so that everybody will have had an opportunity to weigh in and provide input on it.
Can you indulge me once more? Okay. I don't, particularly coming out of a meeting just now and with what's going on in the public safety building, I don't know that we can wait for 3 years on adjusting based on all the expenses that the sheriff's department is incurring to the county. So anyway, I don't understand the point of going to a 3-year and then locking in a 1 year for 3 years on the admin fee. That doesn't make any sense to me based on everything that's been occurring. So just my,
No, and we appreciate it. And that's why we're here, is to present that and to get feedback.
Any other questions for finance? Supervisor Rossi.
Thank you, Chairman. Maybe I missed it, but with so many references to Appendix A, and I understand it's an evolving document, but were we supposed to have Appendix A in this packet?
Yes, it should have been in. It's a spreadsheet.
It's not in the printed packet on our desk. It was in the online.
Are there any other questions before I move to the next slide?
Supervisor Preisker.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Is it open to non-finance committee members or
Does any,
services?
Supervisor Capillion, do you have any questions for government services?
I do not, but I think for the sake of running smooth, if Scott, you're up at a better view than me, if you want to call out if anyone, but just recognize government services if you want to speak. If you could just recognize them,
Sure.
Supervisor Meyer, thank you.
Supervisor Preisker.
I'm not on government services. All right, thank you. Thank you, Chief Deputy Widener. I appreciate that you're implementing the 5% administrative fee. It's something we talked about over the last couple of years in government services in the past. I'm wondering, are there examples of other counties in the state that are charging a higher administrative fee? I think 10% has been brought up in the past. And if so, what kinds of fees are they including in there that we could, look at as we do this? I share Supervisor Wish's concern that, the level of subscription fees for a lot of the systems that we have now that didn't exist even 10 years ago, let alone 20 years ago, are really increasing our costs, and it's not going to be captured in just the labor and mileage fee. So I think the 5% is a good starting point, as we discussed. I'm not aware that there's another county in the state that's even charging an admin fee at all, but I could be wrong. You can correct me on that. But I agree that I think we want to make sure it's covering our costs, basically. So whatever, I'd be curious to know if there are other counties, what fees they're putting into there and what their rate is coming out to make sure that we are covering that. And then my second question, not really related to overtime, but is just an open question, is should we be requiring a minimum number of hours? So I think some municipalities they're just subscribing to like 8 hours, and should we have a minimum of 20 or 40, both to stabilize our staffing and also to make it a bona fide law enforcement service? 8 hours is not that different than basically the municipality not doing it all, or just having their one person show up for 1 hour a week. So those are my questions. Thanks.
So as far as examples of admin fees of higher, I'm not aware. There are definitely different models that are out there that have different formulas for billing out percentages of staff that we have seen. As we've moved forward with this, with the 5% administrative fee as a starting point, collectively, in the conversations that it was viewed that that was a good mechanism to address the actuals as we start to really dive into that with finance and track all of the costs associated with operating each of the law enforcement contracts. And really, the goal is to refine that as we move forward, working very closely with finance, as well as Travis's team specifically when it comes to the overtime, but really all of the ancillary costs that kind of go into what are considered the administrative fee. And then once those actuals are identified, looking at potentially increasing percentage points to address those until we really reach a point that addresses all of those costs. The thought process behind kind of capping those right now, because this is a new fee, a new mechanism as of this year to all of the municipalities, and allowing them a runway to really adjust to these new administrative fees, but then also allowing the county as we move forward with refining the tracking of these costs so that it is an accurate reflection of what the true costs are. And then getting into the requirement of minimal hours. We do have contracts that really span the gamut of hours. We have a number of contracts that are minimally 1 deputy and above, all the way up to 10 deputies that service the Sturtevant contract. But we also have a number of contracts for smaller municipalities that purchase just a number of hours of service. So that would be a departure from what we've had in the past by putting a minimum number of hours on a contract. But I think as you bring up to the group for discussion, we'll put that down as a point that was brought up for future discussion.
Chairman Kramer.
Just to comment on the smaller contracts, when you get into a small municipality or especially a township, they're only asking you to do ordinance violations, junk ordinance, junk cars, that type of stuff. So that's where you get the small contracts, because if a letter from the building inspector or somebody else can't make it move, then they'll move it up to the next level of, having a deputy show up at the door and say, take it. So
So with
that's why they
smaller-
got the smaller contracts in some of the municipalities. Am I correct on that?
Correct. That is how the smaller municipalities or smaller contracts do utilize it. They may have certain areas that they want during certain times, like some additional enforcement in those areas. And when we enforce in those municipalities, when they have a parallel ordinance, then the violation would be written in their ordinance. That ordinance would go to their local municipal court, and then they would realize and manage and handle the management of that citation, and any revenue that would be generated off of that with the fees and the fines and the forfeitures would go to that municipality versus at the county level. So oftentimes that's a driver also, which is kind of addressing the core important prioritized issues that the municipality has, but then also writing violations underneath their ordinances.
Supervisor Rossi.
Thank you, Chairman. I am pleased to see that the per deputy cost has gone up. Just to refresh everyone's memory, Sturtevant passed at about $135,000 a deputy, and the number that we now see is $168,000. So the calculation comes to that 25% of a deputy's hours are going to be overtime hours in addition to what their 1,800 is. And that was the point I was trying to make back then, is that if you look at and I'm going to segue this over, but that's $270,000 in the Sturtevant contract. That's why that's such an important item, and I'm glad to see it. But I want to compare that to what we're seeing other municipalities doing or other counties doing. And, I'm going to go back to we passed Sturtevant at 135, while Waukesha was at 152 with Delafield. Waukesha with Vernon was 176,000. Waukesha with Lisbon was 225,000, and a lot of these exclude billables like overtime. So I do see this as an improvement, but I don't see that we're adding a lot of the billable items that these other municipalities do have. And just to name a few right off the bat, and this is we've got Brown County, Waukesha, they go personnel. We've got personnel. Operating supplies, we've got mileage, vehicle amortization, equipment, sergeant supervision, body cameras, specific training. So I see the only thing that we've really added on to our contract is the overtime coverage. Correct me if I'm wrong.
Oh, that's correct.
Okay. Why are we not looking at any of those additional categories?
So some of the additional categories that you mentioned, like body cameras, equipment, those really fall, in the design of this fall underneath the administrative fee. Now, some of them itemize those costs out, like per area, with some of that, as well as like percentage of supervision. When we looked at the initial setting of this, really in looking at body cams or our Axon contracts, the officer safety programs are per individual, and then like generalized equipment, like that was factored into paying off like of the percentage underneath the 5%. Now, the 5% being the mechanism moving forward as we look at other costs. And I think that's the point of bringing this up. So you can bring up some of these other areas and look at what those costs are. But this is also part of what we want to refine over time, is like really working with finance on the exact costs of all of these and how that fits into it. And then utilizing the administrative fee as a mechanism versus itemization to address the increases in some of these items. So if you have additional items that you'd like us to look at or that you want to bring up to the board, please let us know, like these other categories that you'd like to take a look at.
Well, for that matter, and just to put a pin on the whole thing, back to Supervisor Price, who was asking questions about administrative fee, and it's just it really needs to be looked at as total recovery for an officer, and we're still on the low end. If you back out the overtime, because usually that is what, at least what I've seen on these other contracts, that's recovered after the fact. It's a billed item. But I mean, this is a huge step in the right direction. Just overtime alone should show the variance of an item that we previously weren't recovering at all, which to me is now a liability with our existing contracts. Moving forward, that'll be corrected. But administrative fee is, just a component of what total cost recovery is. And I don't know if we need to necessarily reinvent the wheel, but had these, and I mentioned this at a previous F&HR meeting. Have we contacted Brown County? Have we contacted Waukesha County? Have we looked at, their approach to contracting?
We have had copies of their contracts, and we've worked with Corp Counsel in reviewing those contracts as well as finance and collectively looking at those and how they approached some of these items. And then, how, I guess, informing like how we've continued off of what we have currently now. So we have viewed some of those contracts.
I mean, I support the direction we're headed, but I'd like to see a little bit more. So I'm leery. That's it. Thank you.
Supervisor Preisker.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I just want to follow up on Chairman Kramer's comments, and that's exactly why I brought up whether we should have a minimum hours or whether you call it that or a base fee. I mean, the issue I see is we have some municipalities that are entering into these contracts for what I would call bona fide law enforcement for, hundreds of thousands of dollars a year. And then other municipalities that are just paying for like a minimal 8 hours or such to process parking tickets and noise violations. But the reality is the whole county is subsidizing them, because when those people call 911, we're still going and doing it. And that's 100% on the county's dime. So I feel like there should either be a base level of the contract, to get law enforcement services, you're all in. It's not just parking tickets and noise violations. We're actually going to, respond to people in need and handle things like that. And that's just my thought. Is in order to make it fair and equitable across the county, I think we need some base fee or minimum number of hours to provide bona fide law enforcement.
Okay.
Mr. Chairman.
Chairman Kramer.
Yeah, except it's not law enforcement. They're enforcing local ordinances. Cars in the driveway, inoperable. They're not out there just cruising 8 hours a day and calling it a quit. It's an as needed basis, isn't it, Chief?
Yes. So when we look at the contracts, I mean, there there's a number, the bulk of our contracts are not mandated statutorily to have law enforcement for their municipality. There's a smaller number that do. When it comes to it. So that's a big differentiation when it comes to it. So the sheriff's office, back to the global sheriff's office, we do have a responsibility for responding to emergent calls and addressing those needs in those areas that do not meet that statutory threshold. And oftentimes, like I said, a large number of our contracts do fall into that category. And it's municipalities that desire additional services, whether it's enforcing their ordinances or they just want some additional law enforcement presence and enforcement services at specific times or locations.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Supervisor Trotter.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I want to start with, I'm happy we have a couple of contracts to review. Thank you. And I'm extremely satisfied with the administration fee, you know, to help support all the costs that we have been mentioning throughout the evening, and taking some of the recommendations of my fellow county board supervisors. And we finally got our arms around the overtime. I think that has been addressed, and I'm looking forward to the effective date of where we know where we're at starting in 2028, correct?
Correct.
Okay. One thing I would like added to the contracts, and I think take a good amount of time of the squads, are the special events. We do have those special events, like I know there was a little bit of activity for the 4th of July at different variations. So I think that's something that we should add to the contracts going forward. But thank you for the work that you've done on these. These are great. Thank you.
Supervisor Capillion.
And I was just going to ask before we conclude if the youth and governance, either of you have any statements or comments or questions? Very good. Thank you.
So there is an ask, an action requested. Is there anybody on the finance committee wanting to make a motion? What is your pleasure? Supervisor Osterman.
I was just going to ask a quick question. The time, is anything real time sensitive here?
So currently the contracts that we have right now run through the end of the year. So we do need to present in a timely manner new versions of the contracts to the municipalities so that they could engage beginning in 2027, whether that was a 1-year or a multi-year, a 3-year. So this ultimately, or like traditionally, we would get the Appendix A, the price points that fluctuate each year out to the municipalities and the contracts in August, so that they had time to review them, take action on them, and then to get them back to us so that action could be taken on them. They get incorporated into the budget. With these contracts, because we are looking at a new contract, especially since we are looking at a multi-year option contract, what would happen is once the board approves a new template, we would get that to the municipalities, they would review it, they would make a determination on how they wanted to move forward with that, they would execute that on their end, we would bring that back, each one of those contracts, because they're new contracts, especially the multi-years, which would require the authorization from the county board to enter into that contract. So each one of the municipal contracts would then come back to this body for approval. And then moving forward, the multi-years would be in existence. And then every year as we go through this, we're getting those new costs out to the municipalities by August 31st. They're getting reviewed and action taken at the municipal level and then returned back to us as soon as possible so that we can then incorporate them into the budget.
Okay, so we know this is not perfect. There are some suggestions here tonight on some changes to this, but I don't think that should inhibit any action. So on behalf of the Government Services Committee, I would make a motion to move this resolution forward to the full county board with first reading at this evening's county board agenda with edits that will arrive during the resolution reading process prior to the second reading.
There has been a motion by Supervisor Osterman from Government Services. Do we have a second in Government Services?
I will second Supervisor Osterman's motion on behalf of Government Services, and I will make a motion on behalf of the Finance and Human Resource Committee to move this forward for first reading this evening.
So we have a motion seconded from both bodies to move this forward to county board for first reading only this evening.
I will just ask Government Services if there is any discussion or questions on that motion.
Just a quick explanation on the motion, knowing that there will be potential edits, additions to what you see in front of you here. It's why that is, language is included in the motion, so we don't have to go back and forth again.
Thank you, Supervisor Osterman. I'm seeing no additional questions or comments from Government Services.
Any other comments or questions or discussion from the Finance Committee? Supervisor Miller.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I think both Supervisor Wish and Supervisor Rossi made some very pertinent points, which I think Supervisor Osterman's motion attempts to address. But I'm still concerned that, we're moving something forward that's definitely an improvement, but not what we really need, especially the possible locking us in long-term when costs may be going faster than this document acknowledges.
Supervisor Rossi.
Thank you, Chairman. I do, I like Supervisor Osterman's framing of it, but I do feel that more work is needed on this one, especially since, the cost recovery is not where I thought it would be. Especially looking at some of the comparable counties to officer cost. I think more is needed, and I do have a smaller concern about the long-term contracts, but I think that could be worked. I don't think this one's ready to come out of committee yet. There's just not enough on this where I thought it'd be more to make it more comparable to some of what the other counties are doing. So for that reason, I'm going to vote no.
Supervisor Wish.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you, Mr. Miller. Appreciate your comments. Mr. Rossi, appreciate your comments. I agree with both of you. I think those contracts need to be massaged a little bit. And I don't understand on voting for what we're voting for is either a 1 or a 3. And we're not separating that out or agreeing to one or the other. So I'm not clear on that, but I do have concerns about the length and the admin fees going forward. So I vote no.
Supervisor Kerpillion.
Thank you so much. I just want if we could look at a calendar with Supervisor Osterman's motion that's been seconded. If this was to move forward and we have first reading, then we have second reading, at any point, this can get referred back to committee. So if we find during that time it is not enough time, that it can always get referred back, could we actually look at the timeline and tell me when that would be so we can understand mentally if that is enough time to process this and get additional questions?
Corporate Counsel.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. So if the motions as seconded were to be approved from both of the committees this evening, it would go for a first reading tonight. Typically, it would be at that first reading, or it could still happen at the second reading. It could get referred back to the committee. So there would be opportunity tonight, which is not really applicable. It would be pretty redundant to take something out of committee and then to refer it back to committee the same night. But the opportunity would still exist at the second reading on July 28th, where if at that time it was the opinion of the committee or of the chair that more work was needed, it could be referred back to either or both committees at that July 28th date. But again, just to make abundantly clear, this is just the templates that are being discussed. Every single individual municipal police contract would need to be authorized by their respective bodies, and then it would come back to the county board to be authorized as well. But the goal is to have some consistency in those different templates that are offered to the municipalities.
Thank you for that clarity and that fine point. Appreciate it.
Supervisor Wish.
I don't understand the point of voting for this to come out of committee when some of the committee members have questions regarding them to begin with. I'd rather go back to committee and further discussion regarding the financial aspects of it. I don't get on voting it yes for tonight. Sorry.
If there is no further questions from the Government Services Committee, then I'll just call the question and all the youth and governance, how do you wish to vote? That would be you. You can say no. Nay. All right. Committee members, all those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Is there any from Government Services that are a nay? Thank you. That was 2 nays from Government Services for the nays, is that right?
Mr. Chairman, may I suggest a roll call for the committee?
That might be wise. Okay, very good. I'll just ask that we have a nay for youth and governance. And Supervisor Coleman, how do you wish to vote? No. Supervisor Trotter,
Yes.
Supervisor Hoffman, Supervisor Kramer,
No.
Supervisor Osterman, Supervisor Hopkins, and myself, I will vote on this, and that will be a yes. We have 1, 2, 3, 4. We have 4 yeses and 3 nos. Motion passes.
Okay, for the Finance Committee, roll call vote has been requested. Supervisor Miller,
No.
Supervisor Spencer,
Yes.
Supervisor Rossi,
No.
Supervisor Shakur,
Yes.
Supervisor Trotter,
Yes.
Supervisor Wish,
No.
Supervisor Meyer says yes. Yep, so it passes 4-3.
Mr. Chairman, just a point, in the printed document on our desks, it obviously on the first page refers to exhibit 1 and 2, but they are not titled in the printed document. So perhaps that can be addressed. And then again, we do not have in the printed document Appendix A.
I think we can have that ready for the meeting here this evening. I think we might be able to get that printed out for this evening.
With the votes being had for government services, I'm just gonna close government services meeting.
And we can go ahead and close the finance meeting unless there's any other comments or questions. All right, the joint meeting is adjourned.
All right. Thank you.
Thank you.
So if anybody wants to take a 5-minute break. Good evening. If we could have, I'd like to call the meeting for July 14th to order. And as customary, we're going to have roll call.
Supervisor Kelly is planning to join us virtually, so we will watch for her to come in. Everyone else is in the chambers.
Thank you. As customary, we have an opening prayer. Tonight, we'll have Supervisor Caprellian lead us.
Thank you so much. This will be brief. So we have a lot of business to handle for the county board this evening. But as we gather tonight, let us pause. And in this room are different backgrounds, different experiences, and different ways of seeing the same county. The difference is not our weakness. It is how we find blind spots and better answers. May we listen as carefully as we speak. Disagree without disrespect, and leave here having served our neighbors well in the community and the county well. I invite each of you to close this moment in the manner of your own traditional beliefs. Now the pledge.
I
I pledge allegiance to the flag
of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice. Item number 4 is public comments pursuant to section 2-71 of the Racine County Code of Ordinance. Each speaker will be allotted maximum of 3 minutes. Do we have any public comment? Or anybody want public comments? Once, twice, okay. Seeing none, we'll move on to item number 5. Presentation by Beth Herndon from the Racine Zoo. One of the fun ones tonight. Didn't bring any snakes or anything, did you? No. Okay, just making sure.
Oh, turn it on. That might be helpful. Thank you for letting me present to you tonight. I greatly appreciate it. I greatly appreciate you allowing me to take some moments of your time. So what we're going to do tonight is just give a rundown of 2025 of what's happened there, give you a little bit of hint of what's happening in 2026 since we're almost halfway done. So we were accredited since the last time I presented to you with the Association of Zoos and Aquariums. So remember, there are about 251 right now. There might be 252 zoos and aquariums that are accredited with the Association of Zoos and Aquariums. Of the 5,000 places that hold animals in the country. So we are a high gold standard of care, and we have been accredited since the process started in 1986. So we should be very, very proud of that. This wonderful, small but mighty zoo is still accredited. So I have to do the same things my colleagues do at the San Diego Zoo, where I used to work. I have to do the same thing Shedd Aquarium has to do. It doesn't matter your size. It matters that you are following the gold standard of animal care and well-being. And we are 103 years old. So a little bit about operations. So in 2025, we had 107,043 people that came to the zoo. So you can see the breakdown of adults, seniors, military children, events, education, those types of things. So it's significant that we're still well over the $100,000 or that'd be great, 100,000 people mark. We are anywhere, last year was challenging for us. We had construction on Main Street, which killed us from Maine all the way up to Melvin, thank you. And it was terrible. So people would come up there, there'd be these big barricades, and it really hurt the zoo. We still rallied, so the fact we still had 107,000 people, I'm okay with that. So we're rallying this year. We're already well above our numbers of where we believe we're going to end up. So this is just so you can kind of see it in a graph, because sometimes it's nice to see those as opposed to just a number on the screen. So you can see the percentage of all of our people that come to our admissions. And then municipalities. So what this, just as you can see, Greater Racine is our largest at 38%. We do have outside of the US because we still are an international location, even if people might not think so. Kenosha County is about 15%, but Illinois is 20%. What's nice about the numbers that are coming from Illinois for us is a lot of those are school groups, because although Lincoln Park Zoo is free, and I love Lincoln Park Zoo, for a person and the school to go from where they are in northern Illinois over to Lincoln Park and get back in the course of a day for the school kids doesn't really work for them. So for them to drive up to the zoo, have a very, very reasonable price per kid to come into the zoo, they can do the zoo, they can do a program, have lunch, and get back to school. That is why our numbers from Illinois is pretty high, and we get a huge percentage coming to our events. So that's a great market for us. So I'm trying to make this a light presentation compared to 8,000 slides and running through everything, just so you can see some of our Zootique favorites. Those are our animals. Well, not those are stuffed animals, but our animals paint for their animal enrichment. So we have Missy, who's our sloth. And then you can see some of the characters that we made for Missy, so people can buy the stuffed animals that they see the animals of. This is our tiger, which is Chang Bai, which is a beautiful cat. She is 19 and a half. And so she is a very old cat within the AZA community, but you can see some of the cute items that people like to buy. Our zebra, this is Tumultheus. Tumultheus was named by my husband, Tim, who bought the rights to name that beautiful zebra. And Tumultheus is a little bit of a handful for us, but people like to see the zebra. And our meerkats that we got last year, we'll talk about that too in a little bit. Now, also part of operations is our grill and our watering hole. So our grill is our food service area, which is kind of right by the castle. And our watering hole is a food place and bar up by the playground. So we're open all the time, especially April through October. Those spaces are open because we've got to feed the animals. So we've got to figure out how to make money. And it's at the gate, it's at membership, it's at events, it's at the grill, it's at the watering hole. Those types of things are what help us sustain ourselves. So these are just some statistics. I'm not going to read through all of them, but just so you can see what the grill and the watering hole do for the zoo and to generate that revenue. So we'll talk a little bit about animal care. So we have currently 250 invertebrates, 4 fish, 4 amphibians, 19 reptiles, 33 birds, 73 mammals, 14 full-time staff, and 3 part-time staff to take care of all of them. We are as lean and mean as we possibly can be. But these were the 4 brothers, meerkats, that we got last year, just so you can see where they are. Now, we had to say goodbye to some animals this past year. So Cheese, our leopard gecko, died in June. Our green tree pythons, Lauren and Hardy, both of them, died in January. Sydney, our emu, passed in July of last year. We are getting a new emu. Our African penguins, Linus, D2, and Harper, we did lose them, but it wasn't like a bad thing. They were old animals. And our zoo, as I have talked with you guys many a times, we can keep our animals alive longer than many other, certainly more than their animals in the wild, and certainly more than their counterparts at other zoos. So, but we also have aged animals. So we will have the circle of life, and death does happen at our zoo. So we can't shy away from it, but it was just unfortunate that we had a couple right in a row there for our penguins. And then we lost Jabari, our Maasai giraffe. That was a big tragedy in January of last year. So Jabari fell in his back enclosure. And if a giraffe can't stand up, a giraffe isn't going to survive. So we had, and it was the first time in 60 years, Tim, you might remember this, where the Racine Fire Department worked with the Milwaukee Fire Department to help our giraffe. Because we couldn't get him to stand. He tried numerous times. So we had both fire departments working with pulleys and ropes to get him to stand up. So it was like the longest day ever. It started in the morning when it was, the other animal had to have surgery up by that area, and he fell during so it became a larger issue. But those two fire departments, I'll tell you, at the end of that night, as much as I was crying and thanking everybody, it was the labor of love that those people put into our zoo tears me up today. It was amazing. So shout out to those first responders. Although it was a tragic ending, they were phenomenal. So I thank them every January. So sorry, it was just tough. And then our Eastern Black Rhino, in a good thing, moved to Milwaukee County Zoo to make more of his own kind. And he is working very hard on doing that. So I'll let you know if they ever have a baby up there. So sometimes it's good. Sometimes it's good. And oops, I went the wrong way. Now, we also added some super cool animals this year. The four brothers, as we talked about, are Hartman's Mountain Zebra, Tumultuous. We had a baby penguin born this year, Piper. We had a red kangaroo, Winnie and Gigi, both were able to come here. Meerkats, we already talked about that, and we had hedgehogs, Wisp and Clover. So those are our animal ambassadors. Those are the grab and goes. Those are the ones that we're going to go take to the nursing home or the hospital or a school, something like that. That's what our animal ambassadors are for. Or they're there for events, and they're going to greet you as you come into an event. So our vet care, as we talked a little bit about in the past years, I'll put our vet care up against anybody else. And I have worked all over this country, and I love our staff. So these were some of the things that we had to do last year. We had to have a spider monkey surgery. We had to have a lion advanced ultrasound. So the lion actually was that surgery and things were done in its exhibit space. And we'll talk about why we're going to be needing new space soon. And then we had our orangutan ultrasound. We partnered with Brookfield Zoo, and their head anesthesiologist came up to help us with, and it was Max that had to have some surgery. He also had to have a couple of teeth pulled. Once you have an animal down, you're going to do everything you can. It was blood draws. It was everything we needed to do to make sure that he's okay. Sometimes I think these animals have better health care than most humans, but that is part of AZA accreditation. We have to make sure that we maintain the best health and well-being of all of the animals that we had. And then Missy had to have a little sloth surgery with some female parts down there. So throw that out there. You know, we're transparent with what happens. Okay. And a little bit about conservation education, which we know is a great bread and butter for us. So these are the total numbers that we have. So 104,966 individuals somehow were part of our touch points within education. It is a presentation in wildlife theater. It is going to the school groups. It is going to our after school programs that are grant funded. All of those types of touch points, or the Burlington Parade or the Union Grove Pumpkin Smash. All of those types of things are ways that we are able to let people know who we are as the Racine Zoo. So that is what is considered the touch points, so that you can see where we're going with this. And then we had over 24,000 people that actually received a conservation action. So those would be people that were, so there's a crossover. It's not that they either just did one or just did the other. So the conservation action points also are part of the number of the touch points. So those are going to be our preschool classes, our school programs, our AmeriCorps programs, where they're actually really talking to somebody and getting a program of some sort. And that is also an AZA requirement that we have to talk about conservation messages, which is what we've always done, but it's become a standard within accreditation. So just so you can see where we're at. And again, some of those numbers are down because we were down last year in some of our numbers at the gate because of the challenges that we had with the construction on Main Street. So this was, you can just kind of see some of the program options that we have, from zoo camp to on-campus programs, off-campus program, preschool. Then we have grant-funded programs such as AmeriCorps, Wildlife Explorers, COZY, ZAP, which is our zoo after-school program, and then daily programs like Wildlife Theater, Creature Features, those types of things. And then we are part of the Advancing Conservation Through Empathy Network, and that is coming out of Woodland Park out in Seattle. We've been part of that since that grant was established by a very wonderful donor. And so we, because we've done that and we've done so many programs in regards to empathy, we have been asked to do presentations. And this particular one was done at AZA National last year. And then Party for the Planet is an AZA initiative, and we have received funding from that since they started Party for the Planet, which is so every zoo and aquarium is going to celebrate Earth Day, those types of things. And so we've also been able to present about that. Those are Purple Mountain houses that we receive funding for. We have a monarch tagging program, and we literally we collect monarchs and tag them with little tiny chips. If you ever want to be part of that, let me know. It's crazy to be able to do that to a butterfly, but we do, and it works out really well. So these are just some of the things that we've been fortunate enough in regards to our partnership with AZA. Then we'll just talk about special events. I'm not going to go through all these because I dressed like this today, not because I'm trying to be disrespectful, but because I've been on TV and promoting Christmas in July at the zoo, which is this Saturday, all day long. So I've been on either TV or doing Facebook Live. So I'm very sorry. I don't normally show up at a county supervisor meeting dressed in shorts and flip-flops and a Christmas in July shirt, but it's $5 to get in. So if you want to spread the word, feel free to do that. That's on this Saturday. Santa Claus is in my speed dial. So he's coming. We have the Grinch, Elf on a Shelf, cookie decorating, ornament decorating, bounce houses, you name it. So, but those are all the things that we do up there. And that is all the stuff that keeps me awake at night, just so you know. But Jack-o'-lantern nights, I do have to highlight that, will be the only event I highlight tonight. And that is our big fall fundraiser, our big fall event. This year it's October 1st through October 30th. And or 31st, excuse me, and we have about 20,000 people that come through Jack-o'-lantern nights. It's a fabulous, fun family event, and it's just super fun, and this is just us setting up. We had singing pumpkins last year, so those of you who came and got to listen to the pumpkins sing, it was super great. We'll have them back again this year, and just lots of camaraderie and people enjoying the fall outside. And thank you to our county supervisor, our county executive, Ralph, who gives us 4 or 5 tractors that we are able to decorate and make a really fun experience for all of our guests. And this was just like a Ferris wheel, lights up super cool at night. So if you haven't come, please make sure you show up for those. This is super great. And then a little bit of marketing, just so you can see how our social media acts. Facebook, we have over 51,000 guests. LinkedIn is 338. Twitter's growing. Instagram and TikTok, all those are growing, but clearly Facebook is really where our bread and butter is, over 51,000. So we do a lot of social media marketing, and it really works to our advantage. And then just a couple things, just so you can see. So Timu, who was our female, who next year, if I present to you guys, we'll talk about Timu leaving. Timu went to a place down south. I'm not allowed to say where it went. So we don't have a rhino right now. We would have a rhino if the rhino we're supposed to get actually got in its crate. And it didn't, so we're working on another rhino who will get in a crate. So the joys of live animals, you can't, is what it is. So these are just some of the social medias that gave us a lot of likes and comments and all that. And it was from Timu on a spa day to Jack-o'-lantern nights to when Kianga went up to Milwaukee. And we are upgrading our website for the first time in about 12 years. So that is coming soon, and that's working along really, really well. We're always trying to be that much better, or at least in this particular century. So websites change all the time, and we have not updated ours for a while. So you'll be seeing that soon. And then I would be remiss if I didn't talk a little bit about facilities. Keeping 32 acres in tip-top shape is our job of our facilities guy. We're fixing and repairing things of a place that is 103 years old. So think of your house that might be 2025 and what you have to do, then quadruple that for what we have to do for our zoo. And we do it It's a labor of love, man, every day. And that includes animal exhibits, grounds, all the buildings, anything underground, and it just never ends. It's something that we do. You all do it. It's just part of what we have to do at the zoo. So we renovated our mountain this last year, which was great. And part of that was grant funded, sponsorship funded from a wonderful donor down in Illinois, actually, who loves the zoo. So that was very helpful. And we have bighorn sheep in there. We have 2 females, and then they both came pregnant. And so we have 2 babies. One was born in early May, one was born in the kind of the end of May. So we have 1 baby boy and 1 baby girl, and they are growing like a weed. And what's the best part is they do zoomies on the mountain. So if you haven't seen the website yet, you need to look it up because they are crazy that they're not falling off the mountain. I love them to death. And then upcoming, this is what's special. So we embarked on a strategic plan where we had board members, we had community members, we had county members, we had city members, and we did a great, it was a 3-month strategic plan. We ended up with 16 initiatives that we identified. We have 3 years to work on those. We've identified 2 current ones that we're working on. And then every 90 days, we're getting back together as a group. And then we're talking about, do we need to keep those? Do we not need to keep those? Do we need to add more in? And it's working swimmingly. And I could not be more thankful about that. We also have a capital campaign going on. We'll be announcing the public phase of said campaign shortly. And I see someone in the back room who gave me some confidence of moving things forward for us on those. But we're going to be building a new conservation education center and a new veterinary hospital. So those 2 are critical, and part of the vet hospital will also be some new quarantine space. So when the U.S. Fish and Wildlife calls me up and say, hey, we got confiscated animals, can you take them and take care of them? Right now I have to say no because I don't have enough quarantine for other animals. This will be incredibly helpful because it will help us on the state and federal level when it comes to confiscated animals that come in from people that are being naughty. So that is going to be huge. We'll have our own surgery room and all of the things that are part of that. So we've been really, really blessed. We are well on our way to filling that, which is the last part will be the public phase. And then we'll be able to let you folks know, but that will be on our website. However, if you know of people who want to give me money for capital campaign, I will not turn you down this evening. We will talk in the back hallway. But it's a labor of love. These are going to be beautiful buildings. They're going to be both down on the south side of where my office is right now, turns into the vet center. And then the green space to my west would be where we put conservation education. We'll be able to do we'll have multiple classrooms. We'll have a great theater space within there. We'll be bringing all of our animals that are in the basement of the castle, which are those ambassador grab and go animals, will be out for the public to now see. So it's going to be a really great opportunity. And then we're getting ready for AZA accreditation in 2028. Remember, that's every 5 years. So these buildings will be done before that. And that will be our goal. So super fun, super great stuff we did last year, super great stuff we're doing this year, and great 2026 and beyond. Do you guys have any questions for me that I can answer? Yes, sir.
Supervisor, yeah, go ahead.
Thank you,
Go ahead,
Mr.
Supervisor.
Chairman. And may I say that you bring an infectious energy to this room that we all appreciate, I'm sure. 2 quick questions. One, can we get a copy of this presentation?
Yes. Did you keep it? Yeah.
Thank
Yes,
you.
you can.
And 2, do you ever take the animal ambassadors out into the community for any event such as parades and things like that?
Yes. So we do those more, not necessarily a parade because we're on the truck. We have our costume characters for parades, but we do go to community booths, and it'd be like an animal program, almost like a little open house. So we'll have a table, we can bring up to 4 animals, and we do that for lots of different community events. We'd be happy to support you for sure.
Thank you so
Of
much. I
course.
appreciate it. Thank you for everything.
Thank you.
Any other questions?
Where's what? My tie? Should I have been dressed up more? I'm sorry. I could wear your tie.
Supervisor Caprellian.
Thank you so much. Yes, Supervisor Horace, we feel this infectious energy from you. And I'll have to say, somebody who I can remember back when there's a transition from the past director and, you know, no harm his way or anything, but you've come in and that energy is just not just the energy, but it's the heart. You know, we see how connected you are to these animals, which speaks so loudly about your character, but you've really become just such a great asset. And those numbers of draws from the zoo, from other states and from the greater Racine area. I can't think of anything else in our Racine County that has that same type of numbers that come in. So thank you for that. My question are two. One is I happened to notice when at the zoo recently, the birds are not there. I did talk to a staff member and they talked about the
Avian flu.
avian flu going on.
Mhm.
If you could just speak to that, and then also the heat. What goes on with the animals during this heat?
So with the heat right now, we have misters in all the different animal exhibit spaces. So we're able to cool them off. Some of them also will have access, is what we call access to their back of house. So maybe the mister's just not quite doing it for them. So they want to be more in shade and they can just walk back into their back, what we call back of house enclosure, still have access so they could come back out, go back in. And that's what a lot of the animals do. And some of them just love this heat. I personally am over it already for the year. But that's happening there. And the avian flu, the challenge with that is, so if you, back in the day, we did not have to have um, a mesh over our penguins. The challenge with avian flu is that it can come from anywhere. So if a bird's flying overhead and they land, say it's a duck, they land in our water and they poop in the water and our penguins something would happen to them, they could get avian flu from this infected bird that's flying around. So AZA made that rule to basically tent almost. So a mesh is fine. It's not like we're going to put a glass over it. We don't need to do that. But our birds that were in the aviary, where you were feeding them, we haven't been able to get more of those birds because they're not breeding because of avian flu in other places. They're just not ours. So we haven't been able to repopulate that population, which is a challenge. There's other birds that we're looking at putting in there that will not be as susceptible. And so, but that's a next year probably thing for us for that particular area. And we even took out the water feature that was in Walkabout, where we used to have the black swans, because of that, where we couldn't really tent that space. So we just drained the water, and then we had moved the swans to what was the stork aviary at the time. So it's a challenge at every place, and we get updates about every week, whether it's avian flu or other animal diseases that are out there. They're not in Wisconsin's, but when we hear about it, then we are, you know, when farms have to get rid of some of their, we are very well aware of it and are taking care of those types of things. So even with construction, so when people are constructing around us, we always ask, let us know a week in advance, because sometimes we have to put our cats on medicine because there's stuff in the ground all over, probably at your house. If you dig in there, an animal can be more susceptible to it than humans. So we have to make sure that if people are digging, like when they did the playground, we got word that they were going to be shoveling in the ground at that time. So in advance, so that we could put the cats, if we necessarily needed to, put them on medicine to keep them
That's a
alive.
whole level of mindfulness that you wouldn't even
would not-
think to consider, right? And the staff member mentioned that there was such a procedure in place, even with the staff member
Mhm.
going in from their clothing to their cleanliness, and they just couldn't. That did for all the people that were coming through, they wouldn't have been in that same protective gear,
Right.
and so it's too sad because
Yeah.
that's such a great interaction.
Yep.
And I was there when the horn sheep had the zoomies. It was so fun to see.
Super cute.
And my other concern, and then I'll turn off the mic, is just the fireworks.
Yeah, so we do a drone show now at the last concert for our animal crackers for that very reason, that and our veterans. I mean, we have a lot of people that come out to the zoo that use us that do have PTSD, and we want to make sure that we're cognizant of that. When the fireworks are down farther down the beach, we, just like we would, like I do with our dogs at home, they're back of house and I turn music on. And it's loud enough that it's going to drown that out. It's the big booms. But most of our animals have been here for so long that they kind of tune it out. But that's also one reason that we do a drone show now on the last Animal Crackers, to stay away from that noise. Yeah, you're welcome.
Supervisor Spencer?
Oh, thank you. Thanks, Beth. My question, I guess I want to bring attention to the veterinary hospital space and urge people to support that capital campaign, because when I toured it several years ago,
Right.
a few years ago, and I saw the small space that you are using as veterinary space, I couldn't believe it. Can you give us like a square foot idea of what you're going from to what you're planning for your veterinary?
You know, I don't have it off the top of my head, but I will send it to these wonderful people that can send it out with the presentation. So in my mind, if I look at it, I am looking at our vet space, which is about the size of my office, which is about a 12 by 13 space, I think. And we would be going to, well, my building has got to be 40 by 40 plus more. So it's going to be a tremendous change, because not only are we going to have inside quarantine space, so like for hoof stock, we'll have inside, we'll have outside. So it'll be their back of house. We'll have that for our dangerous animals. We'll have it for our small mammals, aquatic birds, those types of things. And then surgery and x-ray and recovery room, boardroom. So it is going to be a tremendous. So you've been back in our facility building. So consider that is going to be the footprint. And then the outside area to the west will be where we have quarantine outside space. To the north, we will be busting out that wall and adding some additional space. So it is going to be fairly significant of a change. So I personally, I would say it's 1,000% different, just in my brain.
I just want you all to imagine taking care of all those animals and everything that needs to be taken care of veterinary wise in a 12 by 13 space.
Right. I appreciate you. Thank you.
Supervisor Brandt?
Thank you. Thank you. And thank you so much, Beth, again, for your energy and the great work you do at the zoo. Can you give folks a little update about Zoo Debut this year? Because it's a little bit different scene.
Yeah, for sure. So I'm a prolific grant writer. I write at least 5 grants a week because I can't not ask for money from somebody. And so we applied for the Baird Center Gala giveaway last year and we won. We have a 3-course meal for free on them, wine at the table on them, the whole space. Amazing things that are going to be up there. It is on August 22nd this year, which is back in the day, they used to do the event in August, but it's always been traditionally since my time and before, always the Saturday after Labor Day. So next year it's just, so you know, in 27, it's September 11th. So I've got to get that out there. I've got to plan early. But this year it's on August 22nd, which is also a Saturday, but it's up in Milwaukee at the Baird Center. We already have worked out deals with the local hotels as well as the ones that are connected to the center. It is going to be an amazing space. This is a one and done. We won't do it offsite again, but it's an amazing meal. We picked out the food and everyone this year gets we don't just give you what we're going to serve. We're going to give you 3 options of what you're going to have. So there's a chicken, there's a wonderful vegetarian, vegan/vegan, and then there is an amazing steak and chocolate cake for dessert. So for those that you're going to come, it's going to be fabulous. And still an open bar. We're able to work that out with them. So it's going to be great. It is different, but we're well over 250. We're already over halfway there to the number we can have. So hope to see everybody there.
Any further questions? Supervisor Osterman?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Beth's looking at me because she doesn't know what I'm going to say.
I never know what you're going to say, Monty.
See, we've known each other for a long time. When Beth first came to town, I think probably the first person you met.
Yeah.
I remember hiring you in 2013. 15. 2015. And what a lot of folks don't know is that the previous director had left suddenly, and there were 3 of us who were basically running this. Well, we weren't running it. We were just keeping it open. you know, and the zoo was it needed some help, and Beth showed up to the interview with animals. Walked right into there and brought her animals with her, and that was the first clue that we might have the right person. And this energy and this infectious attitude was on display from the very first moment and has not changed ever since. Her enthusiasm and her positivity has kept up all of these years. When many executive directors lose their passion, this one does not. Not only that, for those of you who are, inclined to look at strict numbers, the zoo under Beth in the first 2 years turned around about $400,000 worth and went into positive cash flow position under that direction, and has maintained that, ever since. So when you look at what all the things that are accomplished here in this zoo, they've got a great board. County Executive Malicki served there for a long time. We were together for many years. And when you look at everything the zoo does, being the #1 tourist attraction in Racine County, think about from a number standpoint, when you look at those visitor numbers on the screen, how much money that brings into Racine County. But just forget. Think about how much county sales tax is generated just from those numbers. So the point is with that is that the zoo is worth investing in. And not only that, when you think about that, you're investing in Beth also. Okay. We are extremely lucky to have a director that it has such institutional knowledge and such experience and can generate the passion amongst the community for those goals. And so when you think about investing, and you're investing in Beth too, and helping her parlay those successes into greater success for Racine County. So I love working with you for so many years, and I thank you for everything that you've done, because you always do go above and beyond, way above and beyond what is expected.
Thank you, Monty.
So thank you, Beth.
Thank you.
Are there any further questions? Seeing none. Well, thank you.
All right, thank you.
Thank you. We're moving on to item number 6, reading of the minutes of the previous meeting, which is automatically waived unless requested by a majority of the members present. Item number 7, resolutions and ordinances referred to committee.
There are none.
Item number 8, introductions of resolutions and ordinance for first reading and referral.
Ordinance number 2026-21 by Economic Development and Land Use Planning Committee to rezone A1 Farmland Preservation District to B3 Commercial Service District 2, Section 25, Town 4 North, Range 19 East, Town of Waterford, applicant Schmaltz Realty, LLC. Ordinance number 2026-22 by Economic Development and Land Use Planning Committee to amend the Town of Waterford land use map of the multi-jurisdictional comprehensive plan for Racine County 2035 as it pertains to parcel ID number 016-041-925-021-002. Resolution number 2026-23 by Finance and Human Resources Committee authorizing the acceptance of municipal offer from the City of Racine for county-owned in-rem property at 1561 Holmes Avenue and offer to transfer ownership of city-owned property at 1703 Holmes Avenue to Racine County for equivalent value. Resolution number 2026-24 by Finance and Human Resources Committee authorizing changes to the Greater Racine County Revolving Loan Fund Policy Manual. Resolution number 2026-25 by Finance and Human Resources Committee authorizing the acceptance of a Wisconsin Department of Justice grant in the amount of $62,660 and transfer of funds within the Human Services Department 2026 budget. Resolution number 2026-26 by Finance and Human Resources Committee authorizing the acceptance of a Wisconsin Department of Justice grant in the amount of $96,130 and transfer funds within the Human Services Department 2026 budget. Resolution number 2026-27 by Finance and Human Resources Committee authorizing the creation of 4 FTE sunset positions, including 1 FTE supervisor 140 and 3 FTE economic support specialists 125, effective August 24th, 2026, and transfer $166,835 within the Human Services 2026 budget. Resolution number 2026-28 by Finance and Human Resources Committee authorizing additional $4 million in general obligation promissory notes for public safety building construction projects. And resolution number 2026-29 by Finance and Human Resources Committee authorizing the transfer of not less than $2 million of unexpended funds from the behavioral health building project and an additional $2 million for the public safety building and transfer of funds within the 2026 capital budget.
Supervisor Meyer.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Your joint Finance and Human Resources Committee meeting and Government Services Committee had a meeting earlier and would like to move for a resolution 2026-30 for first reading tonight, if there's no objections.
Seeing none.
Resolution number 2026-30 by Finance and Human Resources Committee and the Government Services Committee authorizing police services agreements within Racine County municipalities.
Also, Mr. Chairman, we'd like to introduce resolution 2026-23 for first and second reading tonight, if there's no objections due to a timely issue. And also resolution 2026-28 and 29, if there's no objection.
Seeing no objections, we will have a second reading. Number 8, communications and claims.
Number 1, resolution to support sustainable state funding for local public health departments from Wood County.
Item number 1 is referred to the Health and Human Development Committee.
Number 2, recap of presentation regarding the library director's visit and plan of library service from the public library directors of Racine County.
Item number 2 is referred to the Executive Committee.
Number 3, Racine County Facilities Management Notable Project Status Report for the month of June 2026.
Item number 3 is referred to the Public Works, Parks, and Facilities Committee.
Number 4, notification and proposed revocation of air pollution control permits regarding air pollution control construction permit 84 DAA 239 and air pollution control operation permit 265170620 P30 from the State of Wisconsin Department of Natural Resources. Number 5, notice of the strategic energy assessment for January 1st, 2026 through December 31st, 2032, open for public comment until September 25th of 2026 from the Public Service Commission of Wisconsin. Number 6, resolution setting forth and adopting the amended relocation order of the Village of Yorkville affecting property located within the village having a parcel ID number of 195032128015030 related to the planned reconstruction of 67th Drive from the Village of Yorkville. And number 7, notice of entry in the National Register and or State Register of Historic Places for the restricted location in Lake Michigan in the Village of Caledonia, Racine County from the Wisconsin Historical Society.
Items number 4 through 7 are referred to the Economic Development and Land Use Planning Committee.
Items number 8, 9, and 10 are claims against the county, and items 11 through 49 are notifications from the United States Bankruptcy Court.
Items number 8 through 49 are referred to Finance and Human Resources Committee and Corporation Council.
Supervisor Wishaw.
Thank you, Chairman. I'd like to request copies of 8, 9, and 10, please.
Supervisor Horth.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I'd like to request copies 3 through 7.
Supervisor McReynolds.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Copies of 8, 9, and 10.
Supervisor Spencer.
Thank you. Copies of number 3, number 7, and number 9.
Supervisor Hoffman.
Thank you. Can I have copies of 8, 9, and 10?
Supervisor Coleman.
Thank you, Chairman. 8, 9, and 10, please.
Supervisor Trotter.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Copies for 6 through 10, please.
Vice Chairman?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Copies of 1, 6, 7, 8, 9, and 10.
And I'll take 8, 9, and 10. Any further requests? Supervisor Miller?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Number 2, 7, and 9.
Supervisor Osterman?
4 and 7, please. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Any other? Supervisor Shakur?
Thank you. 9, please.
I think we got everybody here. Okay, moving forward. Communications from the county executive.
Report number 2026-26 by County Executive making an appointment to the Commission on Aging and Aging and Disability Resource Center Board was referred to the Health and Human Development Committee.
Supervisor Miller?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. At its meeting yesterday, the committee unanimously recommended confirmation of this appointment. And I would so move. Second.
Motion's been made and seconded. Any questions or comments? All in favor, say aye. Opposed? Motion carried.
Report number 2026-27 by County Executive making a recommendation for an appointment to the Racine Board of Harbor Commissioners was referred to the Public Works, Parks, and Facilities Committee.
Supervisor Rossi?
Thank you, Chairman. The committee met last week and unanimously moved to approve the appointment for Steve Smetana to the Racing Board of Harbor Commissioners.
Is there a motion? Second?
Second.
So, any comments or questions? All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Motion carried. Item number 11, standing committee reports containing recommendations on the items referred.
There are no reports.
Second reading of resolutions and ordinances.
Under majority vote, excuse me, we have resolution number 2026-20 by Finance and Human Resources Committee authorizing the sale and transfer of in-rem parcel 1236th Street, parcel ID 276000003578001 to the City of Racine Community Development Authority in the amount of $50,032.
Move. Second.
Motion has been made and seconded. Vice Chairman?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Again, as the clerk had stated, this is just a sale of interim property located at 1236th Street. This is one of those properties that was split from our past finance meeting. The bid did come in at $50,032 and the treasurer is in support of this, and he is here if there's any questions for him tonight on this property.
Are there any questions? Seeing none. I've got a motion made and seconded. It's a voice vote. All in favor, say aye. Opposed? Motion is carried.
The items under 2/3 majority vote this evening are resolution number 2026-11 by individual supervisors in support of the elimination of birth expense debts in Racine County child support cases and authorizing the cessation of efforts by the Office of Child Support Services to collect birth cost recovery debts. Resolution number 2026-18 by Finance and Human Resources Committee authorizing the acceptance of Wisconsin Department of Military Affairs Office of Emergency Communications grant in the amount of $175,700 in transfer funds within the Communications 2026 budget. And resolution number 2026-19 by Finance and Human Resources Committee authorizing remaining Phase 2 funds for the Lake Michigan Water Response Vessel Capital Project and transfer of $500,000 within the Capital 2026 budget.
Mr. Chairman, a separate consideration for 2026. Second.
Motion has been made and seconded. Supervisor Coleman?
Chairman, could I also request a separate consideration for 2026-19?
Sure.
Thank you.
So we got all separate. Supervisor Coleman, we'll start with yours. Your supervisor, your resolution here.
So, thank you, Chairman. I just wanted to take the time. I'm sure you guys have read the resolution. We started off last year and we ended for this year, and we just need to see it through all the way. And knowing the success that it had in Milwaukee, when they stopped charging and then got rid of the back pay. So we seen a model that has been successful and the results that come from it. So I just asked my supervisors, just let's carry this to home base and finish it the right way. Thank you.
I do have a comment. The Corp Counsel from Child Support is here. Why don't you come up? Because I just have one question that I need to have clear in my mind here. So when there's a court order for the birth costs, at the same time, there's a paternity order.
Yes.
So in essence, if we get rid of these court costs or the birth costs, the paternity order still stands for the child support.
Right, those were assessed as part of, say, if we were adjudicating paternity, there's the paternity adjudication, custody placement, child support, birth costs is just one part of that. So it would not affect the rest of the judgment.
So,
And in
okay.
fact, we haven't assessed that since the first of 2026. We haven't assessed birth costs.
Right. But the old birth costs, for the most part, I mean, when we go back, and we had this discussion way back 40 or 50 years, there's probably some birth costs that still are out there, but.
Right.
But the question, I guess the question is, and then what's the hierarchy of payment? Do you know right off the top of your head?
Right. The payments that, if somebody makes a payment and they have a current child support order, that goes first to current child support, which goes to the family. If there's arrears that are owed to the family, then it would go to that once the current support is paid off. And then it would go to birth costs. The only difference is that if federal tax intercepts come in, so if somebody's entitled to a tax refund and that money comes in, that hierarchy is a little bit different in that it goes to state, what are considered state debts first, which is a birth cost is one of those. So if somebody's entitled to a tax refund, that will go to birth costs before it goes to the family.
And that's the same with the state refunds?
State refunds are a little bit different. The hierarchy is similar to any other money comes in, but federal tax refunds, because it's the IRS, is different.
Okay. Is there any further questions? Supervisor Wish.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. It's my understanding that the county doesn't collect much out of the delinquencies, correct?
Well, so we collect 15. So it's assessed when the mother's on Medicaid at the time the child is born. So the money that comes in. So in 2025, which is the last time we were doing it, it was about $1,400 per case. So that was the typical assessment. 85% of that goes to the state to reimburse Medicaid, and 15% goes to the county as a collection incentive.
How much of that was actually collected?
Well, so in 2020, so we, right now, there's about $2 million that's outstanding, and 15% of that is about $300,000. But much of that is old debt. I mean, some of that is more recent debt because we were assessing birth costs all the way until the end of last year. So that, the rate of collections on that is a little bit more, but some of that is old debt. So, I mean, for example, in 2026, we budgeted $41,000 in birth cost revenue. And because of the timing of this, and we usually get everything in the first part of the year because it comes through tax intercepts, we'll probably collect most, or if not all of that in 2026. So if this resolution is passed, it probably will have little or no impact on 2026. But in future years, I would expect that if we were to budget for birth costs in 2027, it would be something like $30,000. But since birth cost revenue, or since costs that are paid with that are no longer subject to the 66% federal match, the impact on the county levy is somewhat less. So a loss of $30,000 of revenue would be about a $10,000 impact on the county levy.
Okay, so what's it cost the county to try to recoup from those people that are not paying?
Yeah, I mean, the cost of recoupment isn't much because it's part of the is part of the judgment anyway. We don't actively enforce those, so there's no, you know, overhead just associated with collecting birth costs, because, you know, what we're doing with getting the judgment and going to court and so on is what we'd be doing anyway.
And so it's not really costing the county much as far as monetary issues go. What's the success that the counties and the states have had by eliminating?
Well, you know, I don't know if there's been any hard and fast studies necessarily. The thought is that, and you know, it makes sense that money that goes towards birth costs and is paid by fathers, usually low income, because you know, there were situations where the mother was on Medicaid and private health insurance wasn't available. Instead of going to repay birth costs, that money will go to the family.
So we don't have any numbers that would say that it's because of eliminating it that it's been successful. I mean, what does success mean?
Well, again, success means that money's going to the families. They're becoming less dependent on public assistance. They're more able to support themselves and support their children. Presumably, it would improve our collection rates, which helps our performance measures and brings in more money
But we don't
the
have
feds.
any actual hard proof that that's actually happening.
Not necessarily, but it makes sense that, you know, that money that would be paid towards birth costs would go to the
Yeah,
family.
makes sense, but we don't have any numbers that we know that that's actually happening.
I can't give you hard and fast
Okay,
numbers.
so what's been Supervisor Coleman said Milwaukee's been successful. What are they successful at?
Restoring relationships with families. It's more, instead of the money being the problem because of the child support altogether and the birth tax being assessed. There was a study. I was hoping that you guys would have read all that, but there was a study, and there is success out of Milwaukee in talking with the supervisors, with fathers being more compliant with child support. And we were looking at what's good for the children, right? So not necessarily just the monetary aspect. It's the fathers are engaging in the children's life. And that's where the success comes in out of Milwaukee, per the supervisors of Milwaukee. So while we're not collecting much at 15%, the state getting 85%, it's just a reason for us just to end it.
Okay.
But the thing about it is Milwaukee, when I say success as far as Milwaukee goes, they stopped charging moving forward, and they also eliminated the old debt. So when I say that, that's what I mean by bringing it all together and completing it the way that we've seen success in another county and the way that they did it. So that's where that comes in at. Thank you.
Thank you.
Any other questions? Supervisor Osterman? Supervisor Caprillion?
Yeah, no, thank you. I'm a little hidden here, I'm sure. I was trying to, and I think it's just has been answered, and I think I just got a little lost. And when I just read the resolution, I was just wondering why we were in the business part of collecting medical debt, you know, which is the cost of having a child. But I think maybe, and correct me if I'm wrong, when answering to Supervisor Wish, is it just those who are paying for those births through Medicaid?
Yes, right. That's the purpose of the birth costs, is to recover money for the Medicaid program. And then, you know, we get our cut for collecting that money. And it was a long-standing practice. I'm going back to 80s, 90s. Wisconsin, I believe, is one of the only states that still do it. There's a number of counties in Wisconsin that have stopped assessing and collecting. As Supervisor Coleman mentioned, Milwaukee County, Dane County, they no longer assess, they no longer collect birth costs. There's some counties such as Jefferson County that have stopped assessing birth costs and still collect outstanding balances. And then there are still, a pretty good number of counties that still assess and collect birth costs in Wisconsin.
So it's basically, from my understanding with you saying it like that, it's because the county has the hand on the birth in a sense by establishing paternity. So the individual who has used Medicaid, it just so happens the county is working with them to some capacity. And so the Medicaid is like, hey, since you have them, let me use you. Let me use that connection to try to recoup some of this cost, but it's already being paid of Medicaid by taxpayer money. And assuming that, they're all in a pool of taxpayers as well. And if anything, when I saw that numbers, the county only gets 15%, but we're carrying out the effort for Medicaid. I wish those numbers were reversed the other way, and it might be a different story for us here on the county board, because they are taking advantage of that relationship, and they're really putting us not in a very good spot to have to be that person to recoup that. So I just wanted that clarity why we were in the medical collection business. So
Yeah, and the cases, a good number of the paternity cases that get referred to us are because the mother is on Medicaid at the time of the birth. So we get those by statute, we get those referrals. And so that's how we end up with those cases where if there's no father on the birth certificate, we have to establish paternity. And if there's a parent who's out of the household, we have to establish support. So naturally, we're getting those cases. We get those Medicaid referrals, and as part of that, traditionally, we assess, repayment of birth costs.
yeah, and the one part that stuck, it's like, I had my child and I didn't ask any of you to pay for my child. I paid for the birth of my child, and so that was what was happening in my head. There is a responsibility, but this individual, the mother, needed to seek assistance and Medicaid help cover that, which us as a collective whole in society to make sure the well-being of that child was able to be in a safe environment to have, proper care. So I just had to say that out loud, just maybe if others were thinking of it as well. Okay.
Supervisor Osterman.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. When this was established, it was in state statute?
Yeah, well, right. The state statute allows child support agencies and
Does
counties to
allow or require?
Well, it is not a requirement, and I don't think it has been I mean, just about every county, and I think a lot of states would do it traditionally. It's not required, and the state has made it clear that it's up to individual counties. Even though the state's getting 85% of that, they leave it up to the counties, and in fact, they would. Like they assisted Milwaukee County in if we were to eliminate those those balances, that they would send letters out to the participants and zero out those balances in the system. So in fact, they would assist us with it.
So after the state statute, I'm assuming that Racine County had at that time had to pass its own ordinance or resolution to, establish the collection.
Yeah, I don't think there was a separate ordinance was needed because it was a state statute and regulation that allowed us
So
to
went
do it.
directly to Health and Human Services to do that.
Right.
Okay. Is there interest and penalty on the unpaid balances?
No, there is no there's no interest that accrues.
And does marital status of the parents affect the assessment at all?
Not necessarily, although most of when we establish paternity or we establish support, it's almost always going to be non-married, because if they were married, then the marital presumption would kick in and we wouldn't be establishing paternity. And if, as long as the couple is together, we wouldn't need to establish support. So there's no law that says that it's only unmarried people, but realistically, that's who we're dealing with.
So if the couple were married, receiving Medicaid,
Mhm.
they would not be assessed the birth cost?
No, I mean, maybe privately Medicaid might bill them. I am not sure, but there wouldn't be a court order that they pay birth costs because they wouldn't be in
But
court.
yet if somebody, but if a couple is not married and on one or the others on Medicaid, they would be assessed the birth cost.
Yeah, oh, right, because we're bringing that paternity action and establishing child support. So that's
And
the way it works out.
and you collect maybe $30,000 a year from this.
Yeah, well, this year we'll probably collect over, I mean, we used to collect more because it now, I mean, probably since about 2018, they stopped assessments against intact families. So it used to be a much bigger part of the budget, but so probably we'll collect about 40,000 or more in
You
2026.
rely primarily on the tax intercept to do that, because you said that you don't have active collection, just the tax intercept.
Right, and it's because the tax intercept goes first to state debt, so it ends up catching that. And yeah.
So as a tax intercept, then that happens differently for married couples versus unmarried parents in this.
Right, well, you're right, the married parents probably wouldn't have that debt. And I mean, you could be a married couple who gets divorced and gets child support, and if you have arrears, you'd have a tax intercept. But with birth costs, it's necessarily going to be unmarried people.
Thank you.
Excuse me, can I just interject? Because
Go ahead, go ahead, Supervisor Coleman.
because what about the couples that are married and they're married and they have children and they go through child support? So let's not try to, I don't want to do that. Let's tell the truth. And what it all boils down to is it affects more non-custodial parents, but it happens all around the board. So we don't want to put that married and not married in there. That's a form of judgment. And who are we to judge? So I had to say that, because what about the folks that are married, that are cheating on their spouses, having babies?
Let's stay with, let's be a little more germane.
Okay, I'm just saying.
Supervisor Spencer.
Thank you. So I just want to comment to the success and the benefits to the families is surely that the father doesn't have this old debt hanging over his head anymore. And he's going to be more involved with his children, which is something I know Supervisor Shakur brings up a lot. This father is no longer going to have that old debt or new debt that he isn't able to pay, or he isn't paid for whatever reason. He's going to be more likely to be a big part of his family. It's a draw to build the family.
Supervisor Rossi.
Thank you, Chairman. I spoke with Supervisor Coleman about this, and I am inclined to support this one, which it may be odd to a lot of you as it's a reduction in revenues, albeit small. But I did tell her one thing, and now I'm going to change to Supervisor Shakur. I've seen you making some faces which are indicative of deep thought. And I told Supervisor Coleman that I wanted your opinions on this one before I voted. What are your thoughts? Yeah. Thank you.
I just have one quick question, a follow-up from the conversation or the question from Supervisor Osterman. You said at a certain point we were putting birth cost orders on intact families, meaning
Yes, yeah, before that changed in 2018. So say if somebody
they
was
cohabitated
Right, they're not married, but they live together. We still have established paternity. And in those cases, we probably wouldn't have ordered child support if they were living together, but we would assess birth costs. And that stopped. There was a regulation that was passed in 2018 saying that birth costs couldn't be assessed against intact families. So that did decrease, that has decreased birth cost revenue, over the years. But yeah, that was the case then.
Okay, Supervisor, would you go ahead?
Thank you, Chairman. Just a quick clarity for everybody too. Most of these birth costs were watered down to about $1,400 per birth cost, with payment structures about $25 a month. Now, some of these cases go back to the 90s and late 80s. If that $25 barrier isn't going to get that father back in the family, then I don't think that $25 variance in dropping that fee is going to bring him back now. It's just my opinion. And it becomes a slippery slope as far as what we decide that what fees we should waive and what fees we should not waive as a county. We're walking away from $300 and some thousand overall. And I understand it's only about 15%, but that's still a chunk of change. And then what about all the staff that goes through and prepares all that paperwork and files all that paperwork? And now if we reverse these, what about the time the staff's gonna have to do to go back and reverse all these claims as well? That's where I'm looking at it from. So I'm not in support of it.
Supervisor Osterman.
So just to clarify, my questions, what Supervisor Spencer said rings very true. And all the reasons why eliminating this is good for a young family or their version of family. Maybe there's no ring, but maybe they're still a family. Maybe there's a young man who just needs a break, to get a new start and be a responsible father and be present. But I look at, a legally married parents of a child that are receiving Medicaid not being assessed versus the only difference being the legal certificate of marriage. It is, to me, it's very discriminatory. I don't see how in the world you can morally, or even I would even wonder about a legal challenge to that, enforce that. And because of that alone, not to mention all the moral issues here and the community impact issues, just because of that alone, this should be overturned. This whole thing should be repealed, in my opinion. So, Mr. Chairman, I would make a motion to approve this resolution.
It's already been made.
Oh, there was.
I do have a follow-up question again.
I got so into it.
I do have so an intact family can be married or non-married. That's correct.
Correct.
Yeah.
Right.
So I'm
But
just trying to, make sure that everybody understands that an intact family, is a family.
Right. I mean,
the marriage license doesn't mean anything.
the intact families that we were dealing with would almost always be, at least at the time of the child's birth, would usually be unmarried because we had to establish paternity. And we didn't have to do that with
married.
Or we don't have to do that with married.
Right.
people.
So basically, but it can be either.
So if you establish paternity, then that sets them up for the birth cost assessment if they're on Medicaid, one or the other.
Right. Those cases are because they get referred to us.
Right.
They're on Medicaid, and
That's my whole
was
point.
the source of the
So
referral.
the only difference being the marriage certificate, and those with marriage certificates would never be assessed birth cost, even if they're on Medicaid, but the others would.
I can't speak to, because we don't usually deal with married couples who have Medicaid at the time of the child's birth. I can't speak to what the impact is on them, whether there's any kind of bill that they get. I don't know that.
All right, thank you.
Supervisor Spencer.
Thank you. Also impactful and should not be overlooked is the fact that Wisconsin is the only state left that does this. So we're just joining the rest of the country in not having this burden for fathers. Thank you.
Any further questions? Supervisor Preisker.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I think there's been a lot of good discussion on this topic. I appreciate it. I think to the points that Supervisor Osterman and Spencer made, I guess I agree that a lot of it doesn't make sense if I were writing the laws, but we didn't write these, right? These are, I think, state statutes. So I think that's a state issue to fix it, right? And I guess if we're not going to collect, then it should be a state issue, not really a county by county. So until the state does it, I'd be inclined not to support this because the numbers have been thrown around a lot. So I don't know if we're talking about just the county's 15% or the other 85%. But what is the total amount that the county is collecting on behalf of the Medicaid system, right? I'm less concerned about the 15% the county gets, but the Medicaid system then is not getting the 85%.
Right. So,
To
for
keep
example, in 2026, we'll probably collect about $40,000.
Total.
And that's the county's share. That's the 15%. So we can't do the math standing here, but so then the state would be foregoing that 85% of that.
Okay, so it's in my head, that's like hundreds of thousands of dollars, I think.
Right.
So it's not a small amount that wouldn't go into supporting and keeping the Medicaid system sustainable.
Right. And but I will say that the state is generally supportive of efforts by counties to no longer to not assess and collect birth costs. So
If they are, I would encourage them to prove it then and just change the law, right? We shouldn't be like willy-nilly county by county deciding whether or not to collect to support this or not. And I agree there shouldn't be differences whether people are married or not. But I guess I'm in favor of holding fathers accountable for their family and for their children, and that does include the birth cost, and it includes sustaining the Medicaid system that enabled the birth of the child in the first place. And I guess I'm concerned that if we don't enable even some of the collection to support the system, then it's not going to be there for children in the future. That's all. Thank you.
Supervisor Wishaw.
Thank you, Chairman. I think the less intrusion by the government in our lives, the better. So I'm inclined to support this and support Supervisor Coleman's resolution. And then with that, I'm going to call the question.
Okay. Well, it's to approve resolution 2026-11. The resolution states in the support of the elimination of birth expense debts in Racine County child support cases and authorizing the cessation of effort by the Office of Child Support Services to collect birth cost recovery debts. So we would be wiping out all past debts because we don't do birth costs in 2026, but everything.
If you don't mind, a yes vote would wipe out the debt.
Yes vote would wipe out the debt.
Mr. Chairman, can I just clarify one thing?
Yes.
The resolution as drafted wouldn't automatically wipe out that debt. That debt would need to be wiped out through court action. In our office, the child support would cease those efforts to recover those prior debts. We would work with the courts to have entered into the various cases in order, basically forgiving that prior debt. But I just want to be abundantly clear that the resolution by itself will not wipe out that debt.
And in addition, we would have to work with the state to first of all send the notices out to all those parties and to wipe out those balances in the kids system. So we'd be working together with the judiciary and with the Bureau of Child Support. So it wouldn't happen overnight. We'd still have some work to do.
It's not like we wave a magic wand.
Right.
You know, so, but it would take court action. All right, so Everybody's clear?
Mr. Chairman? If I can just clarify, if my math is correct, then the total funding we would be reducing to the Medicaid system would be about $267,000 a year.
It's more than that.
It's over 305,000, I believe.
It's in the
Yeah,
resolution.
I think
If
the
our
300
15% is 40?
Yeah, I think the $305,000 was the total outstanding balance
As
of
of
all
today,
those.
I'm
There was
talking
some,
about every year, right? If we're collecting 40,000, which is 15% of X, then X is 200.
We're collecting 40,000, but 15% of that, if I read the resolution correctly, in 2025 is $16,240. Is that correct?
well, I mean, the $40,000 is what we expect to collect in 2026. That is the 15%.
That's the 15%.
Right,
Okay,
right.
so
the
you
other-
did collect. Quick math, yeah, a couple 100,000. Are we all clear? All righty, why don't we? Everybody log in.
We have batteries.
They're all good. All right.
Supervisor Kelly, how do you vote?
Yes.
Thank you.
I don't know.
I don't know.
Two, three, four, five. Passes.
I don't know why you're a tiebreaker, but I'm guessing your vote is yes, correct? Okay, motion carries.
All right. Resolution 2026-18.
All right, thank you, Chairman. So Resolution 2026-18 is authorized acceptance of a grant in the amount of $175,700 from the Wisconsin Department of Military Affairs and the Office of Emergency Communications for assisting in the implementation of an AI-assisted call handling system and language monitoring through the dispatch center. Director Bratz is here if there's any questions on that. The request to accept the grant.
Are there any questions? Supervisor Horth?
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chairman. Again, transfer from within the communications budget. So this was actually a budgeted item, or is this something that we have determined we should be looking at doing?
Supervisor.
There she is.
So it's a transfer from one of our accounts. Sorry, there, I saw you coming in the background.
If I can just say, it's new money, so we have to transfer within the budget to accept the new money. So we're creating a budget line to accept revenue, and then we're creating an expense line to be able to spend the grant money. So the transfer of within the budget is a legal term that the resolution must say. so that it triggers the need for a fiscal note and it triggers the need for a 2/3 vote because it's amending the budget that was already adopted for the fiscal year of 26.
So okay, maybe I'll just repeat the question slightly. Was this expense anticipated in this year's plan?
No, and neither was the revenue to offset the expense. That's why we're coming before this body to accept the money and accept
Okay,
the ability to spend.
so it's a net, it's a wash.
It is, sir.
Thank you.
Any other questions? Okay, I'll call the question.
Supervisor Kelly, how do you vote? Oop, there you go. Supervisor Kelly, oops. You're muted on your phone. *6.
Yeah.
Thank you. Now I can hear you. Supervisor Coleman, how do you vote? Okay.
We'll try to figure that out.
We're due for an updated system, so we're looking at that.
Vice Chairman.
All right, thank you, Chairman. Resolution 2026-19. This is just an authorization to secure the remaining funds to lock in the contract pricing for the custom build for the vessel for the Sheriff's Department, Water Patrol. And this also will help us meet the federal grant drawdown timeline. The debt borrowing authorization will be in the 2027 budget and not actually bonded until necessary. And Captain Evans is here along with Chief Deputy Widener if there's any questions for the securement of the money.
Are there any questions? Supervisor Hort.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Yes, my questions are, I remember, and I went back through and checked the budget. I saw that we had $500,000 in the expense, and I knew that there was roughly 400 and some odd $1,000 for the grant. Then when I reviewed the proposal, the bid, it came out to roughly $1.2 million. And then I saw there was some add-ons for almost another $200,000 roughly. And so my question is, when we approved the budget for this year, my sense was it was going to be that roughly $950,000 number, not a number that's now going to be 1.2 plus if any of these others are needed. My concern is that, did we know all of this early on? That we were in fact going to be able to go ahead and approve this based on the information or the knowledge that we had? That's what I'm questioning right now.
May I?
Go ahead.
Certainly.
So last year, this body approved the purchase of that boat up to $1.5 million. Because of the delivery time, I elected to bond over 3 years, 500, 500, 500. Okay? That was the prudent thing to do. That being said, we've since secured a grant in the amount of roughly $412,000, which will cut down the third year. Now we're bonding for 2 years instead of 3. That's the story. There's no extra cost added on. It was originally talked about up to 1.5.
I don't recall that conversation, and I'm sure you're correct, because I'm looking at what the budget said we had proposed, which was 500 plus the 400 roughly. So then I'm sure you're correct on it, but I don't recall that discussion that we were committing to 1.5. So if I'm wrong on that, then my apologies, but that's exactly based on what I saw in our budget information.
That's because that was what was approved for the 26 budget. The bonding wasn't going to have to be approved until 27 and 28. because of the requirements to purchase the boat, they want to know that we have approval for the last 500. That's what it comes down to.
I'll leave it at that. Thank you.
Supervisor Wish.
I don't know if it helps any, but I remember. It was discussed in the finance committee and in this body at some point, and it was over a 3-year period. So, thank you.
Thank you.
And if I may just address that on page 470 of the 2026 budget, it's the very first capital project. Sheriff's Water Response Vessel Year 1, parentheses, multi-year 1 of 3. And it doesn't explicitly say 1.5 million because we only pass a budget for one single fiscal year, but we tried to clearly show that it would be a phased approach. And as discussed in the finance committee meetings and with the county executive, the intention was for the full project to be 1.5. But in tandem, then we received that federal grant as well, which cut that 3rd year.
Any further questions? Okay, without seeing any, I'll call the question.
Supervisor Kelly, how do you vote?
Aye.
Thank you. Supervisor Coleman, how do you vote? Okay, motion carries unanimously. Then we will move back to the items requested for first and second reading this evening. We will take them up individually. First, we have resolution number 2026-23 by Finance and Human Resources Committee, authorizing the acceptance of municipal offer from the city of Racine for county-owned in-rem property at 1561 Holmes Avenue and offer to transfer ownership of city-owned property at 1703 Holmes Avenue to Racine County for equivalent value.
Second.
Motion's been made and seconded. Vice Chair.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. For those of you, if you kind of had a chance to read up on this resolution, this is basically a land transfer or swap with the city of Racine for an interim property. And the benefit to us is that the house is at 1703 Holmes Avenue, which is basically in the northwest corridor of the behavioral health building. So swapping the two parcels gives us a little bit larger footprint for the behavioral health building, gives us a little bit better ease on expanding the parking structure and or other amenities. And the treasurer thinks it's a good idea. He can speak to any other questions that you have. And the timeliness for this, we're asking for first and second reading, is basically because we want to utilize the construction companies that are there on site now while they're there finishing up versus having them come back. So the treasurer, have you have anything to add?
Thank you, Vice Chairman. Just exactly that, the construction company wrapping up the project of the behavioral health building is currently working on the fencing of the property. We respectfully requested first and second reading tonight because if we are able to get this passed and in control of the county before they finish the fence, it will save the county additional expense in having them to have to come back and re-fence it later.
Any questions? Supervisor Capralian.
Thank you. Is it common procedure? You know, we've seen properties that have gone to municipalities before, but we haven't, seen the offer of them coming back, a transfer. Is this something that, did you seek out this transfer or it was sought out by the city?
This is the first time that I'm aware of the county receiving a property from any municipality. I had conversations with them about that, knowing that 1703 Holmes Avenue would be a benefit to the county, and they had communicated desire to secure 1561 so that they could do single family new construction on that raised property.
So to me, it possibly could be a tool in our toolbox, you know, when we are doing these, giving away some of these properties to the municipality. Thank you.
Mr. Chairman,
Supervisor Miller.
I just want to give a commendation to the treasurer for his ongoing work with municipalities on all these in-rem matters. And in this case, it's of great benefit to the county because it's at one of our new construction sites. And also congratulations or commendation to the city of Racine because not only are they collaborative, but there's a representative here tonight. So thanks.
Any further questions? So this is a simple majority vote. Supervisor Spencer, you have a question?
Yeah, I just want to say that I took a ride down Holmes today and these properties are almost identical. They have to be valued probably very much the same. So this is a smart swap to me.
Any further questions or comments? I'll call the question. This is a simple vote, voice majority. All in favor, say aye. Aye. Opposed? Motion carried.
Next, as is our custom, we will take up the 2/3 vote, which would actually be resolution number 2026-29 by Finance and Human Resources Committee authorizing the transfer of not less than $2 million of unexpended funds from the Behavioral Health Building Project and an additional $2 million for the Public Safety Building and transfer of funds within the 2026 capital budget.
Motion's been made and seconded. Vice Chairman.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Well, this is basically exactly what the clerk had read it is. It's just basically looking to transfer some of the money from the behavioral health building over to the public safety building and the request for adding an additional $2 million for some of the shortfalls that we're anticipating. There again, if this would move forward, this doesn't mean that we have to use all the money. This would just be procuring some of the money. And I have Chief Deputy Widener here too to ask if there's any questions for him, and he has staff and representation here with the finance department and from Stein and from Gilbane as well.
Are there any questions? Supervisor Rossi.
Thank you, Chairman. Question for Corporation Counsel. The S resolution we discussed, is there two S resolutions or is there cross-referencing language between 29 and 28?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. So just for the benefit of the full body, there had been discussions with Supervisor Rossi about potential S substitute resolution. There have been S resolutions prepared for both 28 and 29. That would be the subject of a motion to amend a majority vote. But to answer the question, there have been S resolutions prepared for both to reflect just the simple transfer of the behavioral health money.
All right. At this point, then, could the clerk distribute the S resolutions? It's 28 and 29.
Those are the original resolutions that made it through committee.
And I'll speak while those are being passed out. The goal of the S resolutions then is to not bond any additional monies for the law enforcement center. So this would just allow then, if you went with the S resolutions, which I will move shortly, this would then just take the $2 million in savings from the behavioral health project and then apply those towards the law enforcement center. No additional bonding for the law enforcement center project. And the reason I'm going this route is, I've had a lot of discussions on this particular item over the last few days, maybe even longer than that. I lose track. But we were presented with a $4 million overage on this project. And so a lot of my work went into then understanding the timeline, and what was presented to us was a lot of information about construction cost increases from timelines dating back to 2019, 2020, maybe even 2021, but 2020 I think is the the primary comparison year. So we're looking at this timeline of 2020 to 2020, well, 2026 now. But what we really need to look at is the timeline of 2026 to 2024. 24 is when we authorized this project. And the data that was available at the time was at least presented to this body as current. So we had a construction cost, we had a general understanding of what the building was going to be, what the purpose of it was going to be, and that's in the resolution. One of the things I want to point out is that the type of design that we're looking at here is driven by the value of construction that we're allowed. So when we set a $40 million construction goal, design is driven to meet that goal. And you saw that when, preliminary numbers came back, and it was, I believe, $56 million in construction costs for one of the, very preliminary iterations of this project. And with design goals or value-driven design, you don't just say, well, this is what the process yielded as a $56 million building. So it went back to design, and for a point or for a period of time, we're back at 40 million. Now, by the time the bids come out, we're at $44 million. Okay. What we have to understand is what was done then to try and mitigate the cost, try and get us back on budget. And then we were presented with what was the VM log. And the issue that I had with the VM log, and this confusion came out in conversations with Supervisor Horace, the VM log is not a document that tells you how we got to where we are. It doesn't show what the overages are. And I take these things for granted because I understand, a little bit more about these. That's what I do. So I just wanted to say that, the VM log is previous versions of this project trying to value engineer, get costs down. And sometimes, 75% of that document was items that could be added to the project. So the net reduction from the VM log, so prior to the bidding phase, here's our bidding phase, here's the VM log part, was about $200,000, $300,000 in savings. So then we went to bid. So now we're going to look just at the bid timeline, because prior to the bid timeline, we're at $40 million. Bids come out, or the project is bid, the bids come in, we're now $4 million over. The process here, and this isn't, the only failure in this process would be to continue on with $44 million. When you're $4 million over and you're 10% over, you go back, you do the exact same thing that was done before. You go back to design. You figure out what can be eliminated, what can be changed, what can be done cheaper. And I have to commend Gilbane. I had a conversation with them. It feels like it was weeks ago, but it was this week. It was tail end of last week. And I see that they've taken a lot of effort. They've solicited what they call voluntary alternates, as working with your subcontractors to figure out what do you see that can get this down. But we didn't see things materialize to the level that we needed to be responsible with what we authorized in 2024. On something like this, you don't just accept this overage. Again, this is value-driven design. You go back. And I want to stress this. From when the bid drawings came out, so in construction, as the drawings progress, they're given a name. There's design development, and there's bid documents, and there's a construction set. So from when we had the bid sets, now again, start of the bid set, in our minds is $40 million, and that's what was reported to all of us. From that time to now, I saw no substantial, honestly, I didn't see even minor changes which would reflect design changes that could reduce cost. And every project there's never been a project that I've seen, and Tom Weatherston can attest to this more than most, at least from my familiarity with his previous occupation. You get the number down and then you move forward. That's how these things are done. I've never seen a project not move forward because, we had to do it at the over budget amount. There's always ways to get us to where we need to be. And that's what I see here. And now I'm not saying it, luckily, the behavioral health project was managed well, and there were some great ideas on that one. At least I had assumed that, to get it $2 million under budget. This is a happy medium. We can take that $2 million and apply it to this project, not bond anymore. So then we cover 50% of the overage, which is a gift in this type of design situation. I see no other path forward for at least myself to be comfortable with this, but I think all of us have a responsibility to maintain the obligations that we committed to, that we told our constituents about. everyone knows how many projects we've looked at in the last 4 months, and some of we heard of earlier in closed session about, potential costs on certain projects, and everything is increasing. Every time we look at something, it's an additional cost. We have to look at this as something that we committed to. This type of design necessitates bringing it back, reducing scope, making changes, substitutions to get us to a reasonable number. And I'm not even giving it the absolute version, which is where I would just say, no, stick to 40 million. I'm saying I'm comfortable with taking the money that is saved on the behavioral health building and applying it towards this. I know some people might not be okay with that, but I'm trying to find a happy medium here. So that is why I will now move to substitute resolution 2026-29 with 2026-29S.
Point of order.
Oh, excuse me. It's a 28?
Point of order.
No, it's 29. We're working on 29.
No, 29 first.
You gotta go back a couple pages.
Yeah, Mr. Chairman, may I just try and clarify?
Yeah, go ahead.
So the confusion is arising because resolution 2026-29 is a 2/3 member elect vote. 2026-28 as drafted and as acted upon by the committee is a 3/4 vote. So we're taking them out of order in the sense that you take the lower threshold vote. That's 29.
Thank you.
Chairman, could I just make a statement?
Sure, go ahead.
So, point of order. But if we're doing that though, because the dollar value is different, in the course of this discussion, we're talking about many of the things that are part of 2028, which should not be allowed for discussion, right? Because we're not on that topic.
We're not on 2028, but they are in tandem with each other. 2028 is the initial resolution to authorize the debt for additional funding if included as drafted in the original 2028.
Sure, I understand. And then this, okay. So I didn't realize there was another page. So the S version in front of us is for 28 also.
There are
You go back about 3-4 pages.
28 and 28S and 29S are stapled together. So what was handed out is like one packet, even though there are technically copies of both S resolutions in what was just passed out.
Then if we're opening the discussion to include the scope of 28, can we introduce that and discuss that topic? So we're all on the same
They can only
page
do
there?
one at a time. They've got separate considerations. There are two different votes.
Okay.
I mean, you can,
Okay, Chief.
we're gonna talk.
Mr. Chairman, the two are so closely related.
I mean, we
don't
can
see how-
talk.
Yeah.
We can talk about it, but we can't vote them together because one's
Sure,
2/3,
sure.
3/4, I
Understood.
mean,
Okay,
we're talking $2 million and $4 million, so it's pretty.
Chief Deputy Weiner, can you speak to the differences in cost? Supervisor Rossi has said that he doesn't see anything in the design that would cause a $4 million increase. So what is the $4 million increase?
Yes. So throughout the course of this project, we've worked to design a building within the authorized funding of $40 million. And we worked to design it to a standard that would meet the needs of the dispatch center, emergency management, as well as the sheriff's office. And throughout this project, early on, again, as Supervisor Rossi has brought up, and we discussed during our last two meetings that we were here, we worked through the spatial needs study, and that an initial design was developed that was at a price point of $56 million. Now, obviously, we knew that was beyond our authorized funding for this project. We worked diligently with our team and collaborated to find savings and efficiencies and reductions throughout the design of the facility to get it back down within that authorized funding of $40 million. In late April of 2026, the final diagrams and bid scopes were completed for the Public Safety Center to go out to competitive bid. On June 8th of 2026, the county was informed that all of the bids had been reviewed and the lowest responsible bidders had been identified. The bids that had been identified escalated the overall cost of the project by $3.5 million above the authorized $40 million funding. Now, as in our prior two meetings, we've discussed more in depth, but there were multiple cost drivers that caused those costs to escalate, some of which to include inflation, construction cost escalation, geopolitical situations, local economic and workforce impacts, as well as the bidding climate and additional large-scale projects that were going out to bid at the same time that the Public Safety Center went out to bid. The Public Safety Center design that was finalized and went out to bid is one that does meet the operational needs of dispatch center, emergency management, and the sheriff's office, all of the occupants that will live out of that building moving forward. To maintain the design, we are respectfully requesting the additional $4 million in funding. This is $3.5 million of construction costs. Now, these escalation of costs were realized once the estimates transitioned into the true bids, and we saw what the market conditions were for all of the bidders that responded. Now, those were the lowest responsible bidders that had been vetted out by Gilbane that they would meet the scope of what had gone out to bid. We're also asking for an additional $500,000. That additional $500,000 would go into a contingency funds that would add to our existing contingency funds. So again, for a total of $4 million. The authorization of this funding will allow us to enter into the next phase of construction contracts with Gilbane and to lock in the guaranteed maximum price. So the construction model that we entered into initially with our contract with Gilbane was construction management at risk. This allowed us to have Gilbane manage the bids and the contracts, as well as enter into a guaranteed maximum price. Now, moving forward, this allows us to ensure the pricing and the completion of the project and acts as an insurance policy to safeguard the county from future unforeseen escalations during the construction phase of the project. So all of the designs that were used to go out to bid, once we sign the GMP, they are guaranteed to build that building to those specifications. And again, I know this question had come up previously in board as well as in subcommittee about what is going to stop things in the future, 6 months, 12 months, or a year or more in the future of cost escalating. And really, this is the model that we had decided upon. This was a lesson learned from after the YDCC. This is the same model that's being used, the Behavioral Health Services building, to help control and insulate the liability for the county and shifting it over to Gilbane as we move forward to control that cost escalation. Once that is signed, it is their responsibility to maintain and to build to that spec. Now, the Public Safety Center project also has significant contingency accounts built into the budget. This is another safeguard that will help us as we move forward to ensure that this project stays within budget. We have a construction contingency, owner's reserve, as well as labor attraction and retention contingencies. With this ask, an additional $500,000 would be added to those contingencies to help safeguard this project moving forward to stay on budget. We understand the timing of this. This has been a compressed timeframe as we've moved forward with this, and we appreciate the situation that is before the board at this point in time. The current bidders that we have that have been vetted out by Gilbane have agreed to maintain their pricing for a short duration of time. Delays in decision-making and entering into the GMP would allow the bidders to reassess their costs and submit new bids, which would result in additional cost escalation. As this project moves forward, just as we have in the past, we've worked diligently with our partners to find savings and opportunities at every turn to reduce the cost and to stay within the authorized budget. So we'll continue to do that as we move through this project. I know at the F&HR meeting last week, we gave an example of just that morning on Wednesday morning. We reviewed approximately 30 different items, value items, where we could potentially realize additional costs. We took advantage of many of them and are going to realize savings close to $200,000 in addition to where we currently are at right now. Now, we'll continue to do this throughout that project for the Public Safety Center. And as we do so, this is done as a team. It is all of the county reps. It is our partners at Gilbane and Ramelstein, but also internally with the county, with our buildings and facility staff to ensure that they are the ones that are going to have to manage these buildings, that we're making the right, correct decisions on taking advantage of different value options while balancing the needs of the building in the long term. So this evening, we do respectfully recommend moving forward with the approval of the resolutions to increase the funding for the Public Safety Center as the most cost-effective and operationally effective option for us. Executive.
I can't argue with Supervisor Rossi's expertise in the construction area. But what I can tell you is when I was first elected in office, one of my first meetings was with Ramelstein and Gilbane with this project. And that $56 million bid did indeed come in. And what did I tell you guys? Get it back in budget. So for the last year and a half, this thing's gone through several iterations. So to your point, I don't know what other adjustments possibly can be made to cut this project back without making functional issues going forward. I am in support of doing this, and like the chief deputy said, we will be working hard to pull it back in. Because it's authorized doesn't mean we're going to spend it. But this is necessary to move this project forward. All that being said, again, I don't see a whole lot of options in it. You can cut back the functionality of the building, you can cut an outbuilding, cut the size of it. We can park millions of dollars of equipment outside. That works really well in Wisconsin, doesn't it? So again, we will continue to work with the value issues. We will continue to try and cut costs from this project. The BHB building came in under budget. One of the big reasons was this was bid out before all this political, economic stuff happened to us. And I can tell you, it's not done. Being in the commodity business my entire life, you're not done seeing costs go up. I promise you that. So that being said, spend $1 today or $10 tomorrow. That's my vantage point on it.
Thank you. So I guess my follow-up question about this, given the background, is, redesign has been suggested. Can we even redesign this and reduce the scope fast enough to keep up with the increasing inflation of labor and materials, I guess is the question. Or does the board reasonably think that can happen? I guess my follow-up would be this whole board passed this in 2024 without the vision that these costs would increase to this level. So what makes us think we'll be able to predict the future from here either?
Hi, good evening, folks. Again, Ben Trubach, pre-construction manager with Gilbane Building Company. Been a pleasure to work on this project since the very beginning. Redesign holistically, thinking about the more than a year and a half long overall, like to scrap everything and redesign, would see significant cost escalation impacts. You remember that I showed this board some data from Engineering News Record magazine that tracks construction cost escalation over time. Traditionally, we have been recommending to our clients for the year 2026, year to year, to assume at least 4% annual escalation. I think lately we've been talking about revising those recommendations up. Again, if anyone has a better crystal ball than me, I'm very interested in seeing it. But that alone, there'd be a significant, increase there. Short answer, no, there's not time to maintain all the progress and everything and avoid major cost escalation that would come with redesign from our perspective.
Supervisor Shakur.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I would say that we should not support the S resolutions. And first of all, I want to thank Chief Deputy of the Sheriff's Department and or Sheriff's Office, and also Gwen Zimmer of the Finance Department. They educated and schooled me. They answered every question that I had, and I really appreciate that. I was a little confused about it, but the main thing is that why I resist is I don't like the idea of first and second reading for this kind of money, but I understand now why it is important that we do it. Now, the safety center that we have over there now is over 50 years old. It's like a horse and buggy in the jet age. It's time to change. We got to do something different. I didn't hear anything mentioned about the labor and stuff, but see, there's a whole lot that's involved here. So we have got to move the way it is being presented. It's important that we see the small, there's a puzzle here. We just had a discussion as far as the countywide information. We got to get a hold of the dispatch. We got to get a hold of the emergency management and also the sheriff's office. We have got to make sure that it is imperative that we have safety for all of wonderful Racine County. So we have to support as presented, not the S resolutions. It's important to realize that this money that we're trying to put this extra money into the kitty is not going to be spent unless it is needed. So it's important that we move forward with this. And I think that it's imperative to have safety for all of wonderful Racine County, and we should support the resolutions as presented. No S's, no changes. That's all I got to say for now, but I got more.
Supervisor Weatherston.
No,
It goes red.
it goes red. All
Yeah.
right, cool. So, obviously this all started long before I was on this board. And so a lot of it's new to me. I have to admit, after the last meetings we had, I went home and wondered how we're gonna get $4 million more to do the facility that you guys have designed. But I have a long profession in construction and construction management. And it looks to me like this whole project was done backwards, where we set a budget and then tried to live to it instead of crewing design and then coming up with a budget for it. I am deeply concerned about the cost because I see duplication of his services. Now, Caledonia has a brand new police station with all this lab works, everything is there you need. Mount Pleasant has the same stuff. The city of Racine has the same labs. Why are we duplicating services in the new facility for the county when those villages would be happy to let you use their labs? Why are we doing this?
I guess I'm not sure of what labs you're speaking to.
Well,
that they have.
there's fingerprint labs. I don't want to, there's a long list of them. The new Caledonia building has got a lot of equipment in it, as you know. You've been through it.
Yes.
Why can't you use that equipment?
Everything, I mean, they do have a very nice building. Much of what's inside, I would not say is unique to just Caledonia as far as law enforcement,
Right.
as far as like evidence processing and evidence packaging. Every law enforcement agency that's out there needs to have those resources to store their evidence and process it appropriately. Now, as far as labs go, there really are no local departments that have lab capacity to process a lot of what we need. Everything goes to the state of Wisconsin Crime Lab, and they are spread out regionally throughout the state of Wisconsin, and they are the ones that actually process with appropriate, whether it's analysts or with scientific background to be able to process DNA. Nobody locally does that. So as far as any type of additional specialty resources that are beyond standard law enforcement processing, such as fingerprints or swabbing for DNA, that's needed in every area. And I would submit to you that our needs from the sheriff's office, because of the scale of what we do from an evidentiary holding and storage, is much larger than Caledonia and or Mount Pleasant.
Well, okay, so I look at the world a little differently. I think we all pay a lot of taxes.
Mhm.
And I think we should use that tax money to the best of our abilities. And if that means that the county has to use a lab that's in Mount Pleasant or Caledonia, so be it. I mean, I don't understand why we have to duplicate services that other municipalities are already paying for.
I agree with efficiency. I agree with your statements on that. I would say that, again, there's nothing that I'm aware of from a lab standpoint that they have that would be of shared use to us. I would say that normally, from a specialty standpoint, it is the sheriff's office that often has many of the specialty resources that assist other jurisdictions. Um, as such as internet crimes against children. There are internet crimes against children investigators that are affiliates with the state of Wisconsin ICAC unit. But as far as from a capacity standpoint for forensic review, having access to FREDs that actually are the computer devices that basically take apart and extract data, as well as other types of technological devices, the sheriff's office has more than any other agency in the
All
county.
right, let me just ask you one more question, if you don't mind. Have you actually had those kind of talks with Mount Pleasant, Caledonia, and City of Racine?
As far as sharing space,
For sharing data and space?
we have regular conversations with the other municipalities and we share information on a regular basis, working together jointly. But as far as we were talking about space for a building, we have staff. We have staff that are distributed throughout the county. There is very little overlap as far as the municipal responsibilities of the Village of Caledonia and their law enforcement. They provide primary law enforcement for the Village of Caledonia. They are the primary response to all of those calls. The sheriff's office squads that we have on the east end, other than Sturtevant providing primary law enforcement, are secondary in nature, and they tend to many other areas that are primarily county property between buildings, parks, take care of transports that are going on. And are there to assist municipalities, but we are not responding unless we are asked to primary calls for service within those jurisdictions. They have their own unique responsibility, and we have our unique responsibility. And we have a number of staff that we are looking to house in this new public safety center. Some of our patrol resources that are currently out here generally centrally located, and many of our resources that are located down in the law enforcement center. And looking at centralizing a lot of those. Now, in total, there'll be in excess of 200 staff members that'll work in this building, between sheriff's office, dispatch, as well as emergency management. And they all have unique roles and responsibilities that are different and separate from those of the municipal police departments.
So let me just, in conclusion, I think you're doing a great job. So please don't take me the wrong way, but I think the two chief Bosches
Mhm.
don't agree with you.
Fair enough.
Thank you. Chief Bosch and Chief Bosch, they're both the same name. Actually, they're brothers, Mount Pleasant and
They are.
Caledonia. The two chiefs are brothers. Thank you.
Supervisor Wish.
Thanks, Mr. Chairman. I don't, I'm gonna sound like a broken record. I'm not gonna speak to the cost, the experts as far as the construction goes, but you gotta understand the perspective here, and they're absolutely 100% correct. I got people coming into where I work every day wondering when our prices are gonna be cheaper. It ain't gonna happen. Trucking's gone up. They don't have truckers. People are looking for help, all the manufacturers. The lead times have gone way out. So you come in and you want to order something custom, built in the US, 8 to 12 weeks minimum. And the prices keep going up. And the prices of freight keep going up. They're not coming down. We got to move quick. So we have to make a decision fast in order to lock in the prices. And I don't agree with some of this stuff either. I've still got questions going back about an estimate that Gil Bain said was 42.5 million, and we budgeted for 40 at one point. You know, if we had budgeted for that 42.5 or whatever it was, that number, we wouldn't be in this situation. But that's past. We got to move on this now. I can't stress the urgency from where I'm sitting. I gotta tell you, my commissions are way down. We're just not selling the product. People are reluctant to fork out the money. I get it. It's hard. I can't believe that you guys don't see it when you go out and when you're shopping. I mean, everything's going up. Everything continues to go up. Food's going up again. So that's all I gotta say. I'm a broken record and I apologize, but I had to put my couple of cents in. And look, you've been very accessible. I appreciate your calls. I appreciate our conversations. And I hate to be in your position right now. You know, he's got a really tough job because he's got to stand up here and try to let everybody know why we're doing what we're doing. And I'm sure he doesn't want to do it. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Supervisor Spencer.
I'll pass.
Okay, Supervisor Osterman.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. So corporation, wait, first of all, Supervisor Rossi, at the beginning of this conversation, you mentioned the law enforcement center. Were you referring to the public building? Public
Yes,
safety building?
same
Okay,
thing.
well, it's, okay. I just got a little confused there because I came in on the back end of this, you know, when the board changed. So I didn't get all the preliminary information, so I'm still trying to make heads or tails of it. Council, if we were to pass 29S, does that make the potential passage of the original 28 impossible? Would that affect it?
Impossible is not the right word. I mean, the board could still take action on and pass the original
As is.
2026-28.
Okay.
However, it wouldn't make sense because, bless you, 2026-28 is authorizing the issuance of debt. And so 2029S does not contemplate the issuance of additional debt. It's contemplating only the transfer of not less than $2 million from the behavioral health building.
Okay. Thank you. The Captain Weiner, excuse me, Chief Deputy Weiner. I called you Captain for so many years. The current, the construction management model that is put in place via contract here shifts the burden and the risk of those potential increases to the provider, correct?
Correct.
What at 100%. So if we got a $40 million project and now we need to have a $44 million project, basically, right? That's where we're at.
Correct. That's where we're at now with the
So-
bids and then the GMP.
So
Yes.
we would not get a bill for $44,001,001. That's what the risk is, the assumption of the risk entails, that it's a maximum not to exceed, not even by $1, that 44 million.
So, I'll allow Gilbane to come up and speak to it. My understanding of the GMP would lock in the gross maximum price based off of the specs that we agree to in the bids at that point in time. If there was further escalation of costs, not based off of our request,
It would be out of scope.
and then that is handled by Gilbane during the construction management at-risk model.
But for this project, we have a not to exceed of the 44 million. And it's not $44,001 or anything. I mean, that's it. Right.
And if I may add to that, it's important to know that this project is made up of several buckets of budget, including construction, which would be guaranteed maximum price. So to your point, it would not go $1 more. The Gilbane, the construction manager at risk, is at risk for it. There is an incentive there for them to keep the prices down because they're on the hook for anything that goes above that. It's also made up of owner's costs, which include IT and security, furniture and equipment, land enabling, soil, all of that kind of stuff. We own that and we have more control over it. So if we start to see that it might be creeping up, we'll just dial back on it. And that's where that contingent would live. It's in the owner's reserve.
Is there anything potentially in that section that could potentially compromise the need of what Chief Deputy is telling us is necessary?
No, and it isn't, the 44 million is inclusive of that owner's budget. And like I said, we'll, to the county executive's point, continue to dial those costs back in.
Okay.
So we have just an estimate right now on
Right.
IT and furniture.
Right. Okay. So we've got 40 million authorized. Okay. We're $4 million short. And the proposal here generally on the board is to make up that $4 million with 2 million saved on the behavioral health building. That leaves us another 2 million to fund. If that's the case, why does 2026, 28 ask for $4 million in bonding when we only need to bond for 2 million because we've got the 2 million? I'm confused about that.
The simplest explanation I can offer is that this was vetted extensively with bond counsel. And it's just because of the unique nature of issuance of bond. We issued debt for the behavioral health building. And so to transfer 2 million, not less than $2 million from the behavioral health to another project requires not authorization of that transfer, but you also need to have the authorize the debt issuance. So even though we're not taking out $4 million, if approved, the county would not be taking out and issuing $4 million of additional debt. It's 2 million from the behavioral health that's already been authorized, and then up to 2 million for the behavior or for the public safety building. But bond counsel has vetted that extensively and verified that this is the way to affect that.
That's the word I was looking for. I'm bothered by the fact that, and I have to answer this question on 28 to be able to make a decision on 29.
Yeah.
And I'm bothered by the fact that it says we will, authorizing an additional $4 million. Should it not say authorizing an additional up to $4 million? Just that? And I know I can't make an amendment right now, but because at 4 million, we're required to take the 4 million, right?
Sure. So no, you're not required to take the 4 million. So if the county were to transfer the $2 million, not less than 2 million from behavioral health, let's say there's perhaps additional savings that may be realized with behavioral health. And if it's determined that through other cost reduction efforts, we don't need that additional $2 million, that $2 million will not be issued. We will not take on unnecessary debt. And you'll note that with the resolutions, typically when you see a resolution come before the board, it'll say prepared by Corporation Counsel. 2026-29 and 2026-29S have both been prepared by Corporation Counsel. The bond issuance resolutions, those initial resolutions, including 2028 or 28 and 28S, those are prepared by bond counsel. I would not recommend under any circumstances overriding the recommendations of bond counsel for the issuance of debt.
And if I may, at the finance committee meeting, Supervisor Miller brought up that exact point. So that night I emailed Quarles and Brady, our bond counsel, and said the committee would like clarification on, are you authorizing up to 4 million or exactly 4 million? And I'd like to just verbatim read their response. It is always our opinion that initial resolutions provide a not to exceed amount of bonds that can be issued and are not a requirement to issue that amount. If the county board approves the initial resolution, the county will have the authority to issue up to 4 million of debt, but it does not have to issue 4 million of debt. It can issue a smaller amount or none at all.
Okay, thank you. So on 29S then, to me, that reads almost the same as the original 29. I don't see really much difference, honestly. So I would not support the necessity to do the S resolution. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Supervisor Rossi.
Thank you, Chairman. I'm going to take us back in time to something Supervisor Preisker said. I just want to clarify, I believe the same with Supervisor Rossi doesn't see what added 4 million to the project. I just wanted to clarify the add purely comes from bidding the project. It's not any items that were specifically added at that point in time. It's going from a hypothetical, this should cost this much, and now going out to bid, receiving the bids and saying, well, this is the reality of what this project is going to cost. It's not any particular item that was added or removed. So that's just wanted to distinguish that. The second part of this is I wanted to go over something Director Zimmer just said, because this is exactly the mentality that drives future corrections and gets this thing under budget. She just stated that regarding the contingency buckets, if costs go over, we will dial back. That is a typical mechanism in any project, that if you see the costs are running over, I assure you, there are items in this project that can be dialed back. That otherwise that statement would have no merit, no weight. There'd be nothing. You'd be the victim of whatever the situation is. Another point to that is that, guaranteed maximum pricing, it's very misleading. You think that you're locked into a price. Well, that doesn't take into consideration, if you have architectural issues on your drawing, so errors on the drawing, or, there's items that were designed into the drawing that maybe they don't necessarily work well together. So like on the YDCC, on the youth jail, that particular item had many what are called RFIs, requests for information. And a lot of the times, and that yields a change or a correction to the drawing. Gilbane is not bound by anything that's changed on the drawing. So don't be disillusioned by things like guaranteed maximum price, because there are many mechanisms that will allow this project to increase costs. For example, in the YDCC, there were many items that were owner or there were state requirements that came out. And Gilbane has no crystal ball about what we could want in the future. So that the GMP does not apply to that. I guarantee you there's going to be items on this that change or added, maybe even removed, hopefully removed, that would alter the GMP. Gilbane's GMP more so has to do with, let's say they have difficulties with a subcontractor and they're not showing up, or there's something about maybe even performance. Well, they have ways of keeping their subcontractors under control to make sure that we get the GMP. That's a totally different scenario than if you had any changes, any site conditions. Let's say they're digging the footings and they find who knows what. Gilbane is not responsible for unknown conditions. So this GMP language, it's very misleading. And I see this a lot. And again, I'm looking at you, Tom, because
Absolutely right.
you dealt with this. You know that a GMP is only as good as the conditions and the drawings that you're dealing with. I'll make you a guarantee. You cut this thing down $2 million and you're going to see a beautiful building over there that we're all proud of. You will notice no difference. And every time you get into, a production environment, you hear this too. It's a very similar conversation. Again, Tom, I'm going to pick on you because you've been in this. You've got the end users, they hear all of these great things and they want the best. And why wouldn't you? If someone else was paying for you to build a house, imagine the way you'd have that house designed. You'd fight for everything in it too. Yeah. And that's what I'm saying here is now us, the people who are financing the house, we have commitments we made. All I'm asking, and I'm not even asking for us to stick to the original commitment. I'm saying take the savings from one, meet in the middle on this one. It's a compromise that very seldom happens, especially from me. Give 2 million, cut 2 million off. Thank you, Chairman. And I think we're going to have a great project here. Well, I'll let some other people speak. I'll come back to it. Thank you.
Excuse me, Chair, could we respond to just some of
Go
the,
ahead.
just to give some clarification?
Sure. Thank you. Just a note in regards to some of the things that were brought up about changes in the architectural drawings and how that may impact and relate to our guaranteed maximum price. I was asked by the Chief Deputy to just briefly mention one of the processes that we underwent already as part of this project. It's a service that Gilbane Building Company offers. It's called interdisciplinary document coordination. It's an additional service beyond our normal scope of work. We implemented it on the PSB project as a lesson learned from our previous efforts on the YDCC project, specifically to try and address a number of those items, those changes that come after the bid set, but before the final construction set, both sometimes through plan review comments, but also just coordination issues that aren't apparent in that bid set. We did undergo that process already. A number of those changes have already been incorporated. That's some of the bulletins that you were previously reviewing, sir. A number of those were already incorporated into the guaranteed maximum price document. And then there are in the budget, as has been presented, a few allowances set aside for anticipated additional changes based on some of those commentary and coordination issues anticipated to be in future bulletins. So I don't want to, I say that to say that at least that portion of the number of things that you've raised has been addressed as best as we can, we think, from the project team already. Thank you.
Ask my question.
Sure, go ahead. Supervisor Weatherston.
May I ask you a question, sir? So
Sure.
I have a long history in construction management.
Sure.
So you're saying 44 million, will you guarantee that number regardless of change orders and everything else? That's it, 44 million?
Gilbane Building Companies submitted a
Including change orders, is that it? That the total?
the
Will you commit to 44 million right now?
to be clear, $44 million is not our guaranteed maximum price. $44 million is inclusive of as
Okay, so whatever the total project cost is, you're saying that's it, no matter what, no change orders are covered, no matter what? I know what you're saying.
Yeah.
The answer is
No.
no.
The county has to commit to the 44 million. Gilbane can commit to the GMP value that we're signing up with the county.
Which is what? What's the number?
I think it's like $36 million GMP
36 minutes. So you won't, even including change orders, you won't go over 36 million?
for the drawings and specs that are.
I didn't, that's not what I asked.
We have owner.
Project total.
We have allowances for concealed conditions that are underground.
That's not what I'm asking you. You're beating around the bush. Will you guarantee that price, including change orders?
No.
No,
The
thank
short
you.
answer, sir, is no.
That's what I wanted.
Supervisor Caprillion.
Great. You know, it's real interesting. I started out this meeting, it was my night to do the prayer. And it was a statement that I made about our different backgrounds and our different experiences that were in the room and how we have different ways of seeing the county and seeing the business and just how relevant. I really felt like I was in school right now and I enjoy learning. And really by hearing the insight, especially those who work in the industry, you know, I can only pull a couple things through on this one, but I tend to agree with the rationale that was presented by Supervisor Rossi and Supervisor Weatherston, you know, after laying it out there through their line of vision, that things were done a little bit backwards or it just seems that way. And, you know, I was just thinking, you know, if Caledonia was given $40 million, I only say that because you're here and you're speaking on the topic and said, now build this building with emergency management and sheriff's communication center for 40 million, I'm sure you would just get it done for 40 million. And great, it's a great gift. However, Supervisor Preisker then asked the question about the cost of inflation. And, you know, talking about the movement, if we were to resculpt this, replan it, and what would happen there? And I did a little bit of math over here. We're almost at the same number then. But I have to ask one question is the special needs study that Chief Deputy you talked about, when was that done? That for the space to retain the design, there was a special needs study. I wrote it in the notes to try to say for those three buildings, this is what we need for the space.
So after we entered into, went to RFP, selected our vendors for both architect as well as construction management, we entered into the process of the needs assessment of the users, of the people that were going to inhabit the building. So that incorporated a number of sessions with Gilbane and Ramos Stein, going on tours of different facilities, looking at what the different options were. And we informed them and gave them information back on what we felt our needs were. They initially designed a structure based off of that input. And that's where in early 2025, they had designed that to approximately $56 million is what the estimated cost was. And obviously we realized that was well beyond the authorized funding for this project. And that's where we really began the true work of beginning to reductions and efficiencies and cost savings to get back down to within the $40 million authorized funding.
So, we had the county executive Malecki. He said, by us authorizing it doesn't mean that we'll spend it. Well, that statement could be very true, and that's based off of trust. You have to trust the person that's saying who's behind it, who's making the decision, and how hard are they fighting? And it's not to say I distrust any of you, but it's all the decision makers here when they have to just hold on to that statement and say, do we trust, that statement to be true? Now that's where I come in. I can watch patterns of people and see those things, but to understand the language of developing projects, that's why when you talked about, really about when the design and when the proposal comes in and the money, the authorizing it, that's why it really makes sense what Supervisor Rossi says. But Gilbane, we talked about, well, let me just ask this. In this revision here that's being presented, this isn't a total redesign. And so then the question that Preisker asked is not so relevant then, because it's not it's almost as if you were to start at square one, right? So if you were to start at square one and then start this all over, then we're going to supersede the cost. And then that's when the answer that Gilbane said is relevant, right? So,
Would you mind just?
or what would, okay.
Yeah, sure. I interpreted that question as, would there be significant costs if there was redesign? That would be a significant delay in the project. That delay, we believe, would cause significant cost impact. I think it's already been spoken to, the kind of the urgency of where we are at, trying to issue subcontracts. And as has been said, we're at a point where delay in issuing those subcontracts based on the bids and the timeline received from those bidders would cause delay one way or another.
Okay, so then the key is, what do you define as significant? So if we cut it by $2 billion, is that significant? That's
So
Is the-
cutting the project by, I'm sorry, Mary Collins, I'm the project executive with Gilbane. I'm working on behavioral health and also the public safety project. Cutting the project by $2 million would have those operational cuts. They would have to cut portions of the project that would have operational impacts to the sheriff's office, EMS, and 911 call center. So while you would still see a beautiful building out there, you would only see a percentage of it.
Mr. Chairman, can I add one thing? It's relevant to the contracts, just to be clear, that in order to proceed with the GMP with lesser funding, to proceed with the lesser funding, we would have to Mary's point, we would have to take out certain components of the building. And so certain enclosures would either need to be scaled back or you wouldn't have them at all. I would not recommend as Corp Counsel, and I would not sign off on the contract proceeding at that original scope in hopes that we would realize the savings that we've all said we would fight for. We would not enter into those contracts on the hope of securing additional cuts. We would only be able to enter into the contracts based on the authorized funding, and those contracts would be based on the scope that would allow for us to meet that. So one informs the other in terms of the GMP and the contracts that we would enter into. We'll proceed with the funding that's authorized, but if it's the lesser amount, just so everybody's clear, that will result in reductions. Perhaps the county takes those on in the future. What we're hearing is that you can virtually guarantee that those costs will go up. Just by way of background, you may have read in the newspaper just a few weeks ago, Milwaukee County is proceeding with a public safety building, significantly larger in scale to our project. Last year, I think the reporting was that that was going to be a $490 million project. In less than 1 year's time, that was doubled to over $900 million. So this is not a circumstance that is unique to Racine County or unique to this project. And that's not to sell anybody on it. It's just the reality that is facing projects of these sorts.
Supervisor Rossi.
Thank you, Chairman. Just following up on a few items that were just stated. Corporation Counsel just said that we'll proceed with what's authorized, and I'm going to segue into a conversation that I had with Gilbane. We're hearing a lot about if we don't, we're going to have to make we're going to have to make some substantial changes if we don't authorize this. And then with the statement of we'll proceed with what's authorized, while the two don't seem to work well together. Right now, when you leave here, I want you to go look outside and see that we're moving dirt around. All right, we're preparing for a building. So if we can make changes or we can't, I'm confused, because one of the conversations I had was, and the statement that I started with was, what's concerning to me is that construction has started. The site package has been let. It seems that the discussion that was had was just continue. We'll figure out how to get the money. And Mary stated that is not accurate. But everything that we're being told right now demonstrates the exact opposite. If we're able to make changes, or if we should be proceeding with the amount that's only authorized, but at the same time, we need to continue because construction has started. We need to get this approved. Well, the two are mutually exclusive. You can't be, going with the authorized amount and then continuing with the plan that's in place. So I'm very confused about that part. And I don't really understand what's, we're obviously some sort of drive is being created here to get us to move forward with this. I have seen, and you've seen it, and you've seen it, massive changes in short order. And I don't even see the massive need here. I do see that. And there were some items that were volunteered that could be cut from the project very quickly. There's no contractor that's going to let a project like this die or fall apart for this year with a reduction on this level. I guarantee you, and Gilbane is a phenomenal contractor. I've said that to you many times. You guys are excellent. This thing is going to happen. I assure you. And you have to understand they're working with a team of people that include staff from the county. They're not going to come up here and say, oh, sure, we can cut whatever you guys want. I mean, you have to read between the lines a little bit here. One last thing, and I think this will probably be it for me. Should the S resolutions fail, the base resolutions require a 3/4 majority. If you don't pass the S resolutions, you run a real issue of not getting any additional money appropriated for this project. Because the reality is you probably, just based off of what people are saying here, have enough people that are going to vote no on the base resolution where they'll get no additional money allocated to the project. I think the best course of action right now is for us to approve the amendment, get the S resolution substituted, get this additional $2 million, and then the rest of this is going to have to be figured out. That's it. Thank you.
Supervisor Horth.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I clearly, going into this initial conversation already, when we heard about the overage, reflected my comments initially. And so my mindset was that I really believe we should have stayed right at the $40 million. However, I had a conversation, a very good conversation with Ben and Mary and Chief Deputy. Supervisor Rossi was in it as well. And they gave me a level of understanding and I hate to use the word comfort, maybe confidence, that what they were referring to and how they presented it made sense. And part of my big concern was that after our initial information, when we learned about this, and we heard about the VM document, that the eye chart that was up on the screen that they finally sent to us that we were able to look at, I realized that didn't tell us really anything about why there was a $4 million variance. The first thing I saw was that the dates were back to January, February, and March. So wait a minute, then we just found out about it in June, and I want to compliment both of you at Gilbane that you did an excellent job of explaining that, but unfortunately, it didn't address where the $4 million number was. It was a very, very, very minor, small portion of it. So as I've been listening to all of the supervisors talking right now, and I guess our conversation on the telephone, which gave me some level of reassurance, I feel a little more comfortable to help support, frankly, the S document that's being presented for the $2 million because of another reason. Earlier tonight, we learned of another cost impact that we're about to have to contend with. And that isn't the reason to or not to vote for something. But I have to tell you, I have very serious concerns that we are going to be requested to make more of these types of decisions. Not that it's anybody's fault. In fact, I complimented you on the phone the other day, all three of you. I will tell you that there are more things out there that we are about to have to deal with. And tonight we learned earlier that there's a pretty big one that could be coming our way in the not too distant future that frankly, you didn't see coming. But I think that the opportunity for the $2 million variance here is a compromising balance that allows for us to, yes, say we're not pleased, but we're saying let's try to work together on it and still be able to accommodate the work that needs to be done. I happen to agree with Supervisor Rossi that a lot of things can happen. I know it's work. I know it's going to take a lot of effort. And whether it's on the operational side or on the construction side, I'm sure it's going to be all of the above. But I would tell you that I'm still here in support of everything that you all stand for and what you're trying to accomplish. But I also feel that we have an obligation as well. And so I would offer that I'm in support of the S resolution as presented. Thank you.
Supervisor Shakur.
Thank you, thank you, Mr. Chairman. As I had mentioned earlier, that the public safety situation, that building is over 50 years old and we have got to replace it. Now, the longer we wait, the more expensive it's going to be. So if we keep kicking the can down the road, it's going to cost more and more and more. So I would hope that each honorable member of this county board would support it as presented, not these S's and everything else, because it is clearly stated that all the money will not be spent unless it is needed. So I'm confident that that all involved will make a difference and will make this happen, and it'll be something we can be proud of. But we have got to have a safe situation, and the safe situation is with what the sheriff's office is trying to do with the dispatch, and also emergency management. So I would say that we should proceed without the S's. Thank you.
Supervisor Preisker.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I guess I have a couple of comments and a question. So, first, hearing all the discussion, and I appreciate all the discussion. I don't believe that we can design our way out of the costs of increasing labor and material costs. In hindsight, we all that voted on this 2 years ago should have either approved a smaller amount, knowing it would grow to this amount, or just admitted that it would be a higher amount, because we all knew at that point that the Microsoft project would be going on. And maybe we didn't know at that point, but there's another huge data center going up between here and Sheboygan that is taking up all the labor that would do a kind of project like this and all the materials for a kind of project like this. So unless we intend to delay this until after the data center, craze is over in Wisconsin, we're trying to catch a falling knife, or we're just running after, we're just chasing labor and materials. And we can keep narrowing the scope. And I'm not saying total redesign, but even if we were to try to cut 2 million from this, and the time and energy it would take to cut the 2 million, we're going to eat up the 2 million again and just increase labor and material costs is my belief. And if someone has a different proposal, I'm open to hear it. So those are my comments. But then my question is, as written, the 4 million and 28 is only really authorizing an additional 2 million in borrowing. And then it's authorizing us to use the 2 million in borrowing already authorized from the behavior center to transfer. So it's not an additional 4 million in borrowing. And then the proposed S is then saying, we're going to approve no additional borrowing. We're only going to use the transfer of 2 million. I just want to make sure I and everyone understands that, because maybe I'm the only one confused.
Excuse me,
Thank you.
Chair.
Go ahead.
Could Mary just address the mobilization that's currently taking place?
So go ahead, Mary.
Take center site.
Yes, thank you. So yes, anybody can see that we have mobilized out there and the site work has started for multiple reasons. One, the site work would be the same site work regardless of if the building is smaller in size or if the $44 million is approved and the full project is built. Because if some of the buildings are reduced in size, like we've mentioned, you're reducing the operational functionality of the building that will be needed in a very near future. And so those expansions will need to happen. So we're planning for that future if we are still doing the same site work, whether we're building the larger building or a smaller building. So that's one. And two, the site work timing helped us because there is topsoil on this site that we are able to use at the behavioral health site. So we actually stopped our site work construction on behavioral health, and instead of buying new topsoil material, we're using topsoil material that the county already owns, and we're transferring that per the DNR approval to use at a different county site. So there are some savings there that we're able to realize on both projects, and we're continuing to look for savings where we can do things like that.
Supervisor Caprellian.
Thank you. I thank you for this opportunity. You know, when I'm sitting here, listen, I chew on the data, and you often hear this regurgitation that's really still in thought. And so I offer you it just, just as much as your voice is valuable to me. It just, I got to thinking, even it just solidified it a little bit what Mary had offered initially. But when Ralph Malicki was talking about, or excuse me, County Executive Malicki was talking too about this project, not this time, but prior, and gave it to us. It got me thinking about my garage. If anybody, my garage is what people refer as a garage mahal. And I have an over 100+ year old house. My basement is wet. And when I bought it 20+ years ago, I couldn't afford a garage and a basement. And so I had decided, because I looked in the future, and I knew that what I needed was the garage, but I needed also to store what would go into a basement and what I could afford at that moment. And so I built a 2-story garage. And the reason why I bring that up is not to overshare, but it made me think that, some of these things that are being asked for as being part of this design are things that we're hoping to get the most out of right now with today's dollars can get us. And so, I truly appreciate the work that Supervisor Rossi has done. And I truly agree with him 100%, honestly, on this one. But then I also think about, yes, we can go ahead and redesign and get it back down to whatever number, even 30-some million dollars and not 40-some million dollars. But this is our opportunity to imagine and then think for the future, just like I did with my garage mahal. And because we're not going to be able to take that same $40 million 5 years from now and get the same outcome. And so we do often have to imagine the space bigger. And I think about this all the time when I go through the county and I see development happening. And I think about how hard it is. We made a decision, but almost sometimes when these projects get completed, the needs have already expanded beyond from when they put that shovel in the ground to when we will see the completion of it. So that's my nervous part right there now triggering. So I didn't get to finish that thought when I had the mic before because I was still chewing on my data. So even if it's not making any sense to you, at least as I'm regurgitating and saying it out loud, it's making sense to me. So thank you.
Any further comments?
More.
Vice Chair.
More.
You-
One more. For council, please. One more.
Sure, go ahead.
As the new guy, is there a contract in place with Gilbane to proceed with work?
There is an AIA document that we entered into with Gilbane early on in the project.
For design or for construction?
For the construction management services. We have not entered into the GMP.
But they just said they're doing work out there.
There was a limited notice to proceed that did not include, it specifically excluded any of those items that would require the additional authorization.
Thank you. Thank you for clarifying.
Vice Chair.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I don't think anybody's really happy about the situation we're in at the moment. I mean, nobody is, but this is where we're at. And this is what we have the opportunity to secure that additional funding to give them the tools that they may need. It doesn't mean we're going to spend it. But if we don't want to be short-sighted on this today, we don't want to be penny foolish or penny wise and dollar foolish in the future. We know from this board that if we squeeze this project down and we try to really, shorten the lifespan of that building, it's gonna be a problem. Number two, if we're gonna squeeze the dollar amount down, what are we willing to give up? Is it gonna be outbuildings? Is it gonna be IT support? Is it gonna be interior finishes? Is it gonna be furniture? And then they're gonna be back before this board in the next budget or the next year's budget, asking for more of that funding to finish that building. And it's gonna cost us more. I think we need to give them the opportunity to stay with the original resolution, give them the opportunity to move this project forward. And I have a lot of confidence in the staff that we have that they're gonna come up with more cost savings approaches for this project. I don't think that just by allowing them to have that option for the additional money that we have to spend it. I think they're smarter than that. Let's give them some credit and let's move this thing forward. Thank you.
All right, so before us, we have a motion. Supervisor Trotter, how could I miss you? I thought you turned your mic off.
No, thank you. I want to thank everybody for their comments this evening. I did learn a lot. I'm not even close to being the experts that have spoken this evening. Supervisor Rossi, Supervisor Weatherston. We cannot control inflation. I guess it's coming to fruition, which has started in January, and maybe even before, and continues to escalate. And the timing of what I gather, drawings completed, bids going out, costs have gone up. And I hate to see us continue to kick the can down the road, which has been used, and not finish the $44 million project and only finish a $42 million project. We will be leaving some things left undone that will cost additional funds should we ever complete those. We're a county that has kicked the can down the road again and again and again. And now is the time to finish this project. It was done properly to the best of my knowledge. Inflation is what has caused this. I do not see a need for either of the S resolutions. Thank you.
One more time, Supervisor Rossi.
Thank you, Chairman. My last comment here is going to be about the statement of kick the can down the road, and couple that with, we are looking at the patrol station in a vacuum right now where there's no other county needs or projects. The county executive mentioned, equipment sitting outside. Go out, when you leave here, go walk out in the back, Public Works, and you go look at all the equipment sitting outside there. And we're not talking about building a facility for all that equipment, which is the most critical equipment for maintaining the county when there's a snowstorm or whatnot. But that sits. Look at this facility. Look at our other facilities. At Public Works, we listened to a $22 million ask. We've got, that's just from the 8 departments that are under Public Works, Parks and Facilities. There are many needs. And we keep hearing about inflation and whatnot. Every year we have needs. Every year our needs are subject to that inflation. We're ignoring 90% of our other needs when we only look at the patrol station and say, this is what we need to do now so that the patrol station can operate with 100% of its design intent. You have to make sacrifices. That's how corporate America works. Where they don't just look at this one particular item. Tom, I keep looking at you. But that's the decisions you have to make. You have to look at the total package, and we've got a big nut here. It's not just a lawn, or it's not just a patrol station. It's the whole county inventory of buildings and equipment. And I don't see how we could just look at the law enforcement center right now. Excuse me, the patrol station. I'm sorry that I muddled that up at the beginning here. But that, and again, I want to say to everyone, I understand, you want to go with the original resolution, but listen to the conversation that's been had tonight. There is a serious chance here that if you don't go with the S resolution, you're going to get $0 allocated to this thing. I'm really hoping that there can be a meet in the middle situation here and we get the 2 million, because it's a very high bar to get the full 4 million. Think about what's happening right here, not who we talked about or made promises to before this, because you could hurt the long-term goal by not going with the S resolutions. And that's it. Thank you, Chairman.
Supervisor McReynolds.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I wasn't going to speak on this. And I had walked into this meeting with a hard no on both resolutions, 2026-28 and 2026-29. And then was very happy to see the S resolutions that have been brought. We are tasked with a very, very difficult job and responsibility with this project. I have great respect for the Sheriff's Department and for many, many reasons. However, in going through and looking at everything that's been done in the $40 million budget that's been put forth, not one supervisor tonight has brought up the responsibility that we have to the taxpayers. We've got a project here that we're asking for $4 million additional dollars, and this S resolution meets in the middle. And I know it's not the full 4 million that the project is asking for, but there has to be ways that we can find to get this project done for the $42 million. Again, walking into this meeting tonight, I was a hard no on the addition of the initial resolutions, and I'm very, very happy to support the S resolutions. Thank you.
County Executive.
Those walls are coming apart now. Let's do it on the cheap. Let's save money today. It's gonna cost us 100 to 1 to fix that building now. So think about that. Again, being fiscally conservative is not only about saving money today, it's about looking down the road and saving money. If we cut the outbuildings or cut the size of them, I guarantee you, there will be a request down the road to redo those buildings or add on to them. and that will cost more money.
Okay, so looks like we've exhausted our conversation on,
I'm gonna go. If you don't mind.
what do we got here? Supervisor Spencer? Oh,
Yeah, so if, where are you? Gwen and Chief Deputy, if this fails altogether, what are the next steps? If the S fails and then the other fails,
The budget would remain in the $40 million authorized funding, and we would have to reduce the scope of the building.
any further questions? Okay, this is a simple majority vote. So we're voting on 2026 29S. That's transferring the $2 million from the savings on the health, the health bill, the public health building to go to the public safety building minus the last where is, where it has an additional 2 million authorization in the funding of the building.
Point of order. So
Right.
this motion is to substitute
Substitute,
only,
yes,
which
substitute.
means if it passes, we'd still have to vote for the
It still has to be-
29S
Right,
with a 2/3
the
vote.
two-thirds vote. Everybody understand?
Excuse me. Could legal clarify it one more time, please?
Sure. So the motion that is before the body that has been seconded and is ready for a vote is a motion to amend to substitute resolution 2026-29 with 2026-29S. If that passes, it is a majority vote. If that passes, then that would effectively replace 2026-29. And then 2026-29S would be before the body for action. There would also be the need for finance to take action on a modified fiscal note to reflect 2026-29S.
Thank you.
Mhm. So I'd like to have a roll call on the substitution, even though it does require a simple majority. So if you could cue us up.
Supervisor Kelly, how do you vote on the motion to substitute?
Yes.
Thank you. Supervisor Coleman, how do you vote? Thank you.
Okay.
That motion fails.
Yes, it does. So that goes back to the original 2026-29 resolution.
Mr. Chairman, point of order. I was going to mention this, but my thought process was a little late. Robert's rules allow us to speak twice on any motion. And it has also been a tradition of this board to allow supervisors who have not spoken on a motion to speak before supervisors are speaking a second time. So if we could just do that in the future, I think that would be helpful. So we are back to the original motion, and I supported the substitute, but now we're at a point where the board has decided it does not want the substitute. I think we've heard a lot of good points tonight. And even though we are authorizing a possible $4 million addition, I don't think that's going to happen. And I hope that with the team of professionals that we have and the county executive leadership, that will be much less. So even though I did support the substitute, I am now going to support this original motion because we have no choice. We must move forward. We cannot, we cannot stop now. If we stop now, it's going to be a heck of a lot more. So I had faith in our construction experienced members that we could have done it for 42. The board didn't agree with that. So now I'm going to support the original idea, hoping that it won't be 44 million.
Supervisor Brandt.
I appreciate all the conversation this evening. It's been very good. I also think we need to take some guidance from our county executive. And I would also ask the folks that are working on this project that it doesn't mean that they have to spend the 44. I think they've worked hard on other projects, and I'm entrusting that they'll continue to do that. I was hoping that we could settle this at 42, but I think I am going to support this 44 because the other thing is 4%, I think, of 44 million is 1.7 million basically too. So again, if we don't move this thing forward, we're going to be asking for 2, 4, 6, 8 more possibly later. And that's no way to make a decision. But at the same time, at some point, you got to step off and trust that everyone's going to do the right thing. And I'm asking that everyone in this room does their best to do the right thing on this.
Supervisor Preisker.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I just want to clarify that we are not voting to authorize an additional 4 million of borrowing. We're authorizing a transfer of 2 million that's already been authorized and already borrowed, and then potentially an additional 2 million if needed. There's nothing that says we can't do the project for 40 or 42 if we could, and we're not authorizing an additional 4 million of borrowing. I asked that question before and it wasn't answered also, which is why I'm asking it again.
That's correct. I can answer that. And one point of clarification, though, we keep referencing $2 million from the behavioral health building. The resolution is crafted very carefully to indicate that it's not less than $2 million. At this stage of that project, the team is comfortable transferring and releasing $2 million from behavioral health. We're not completed with that project yet. We aspire to receive further savings from that project. We're just not in a position where we can comfortably release that. So I just want to be clear that it's not capped at $2 million transferred from behavioral health. It's not less than $2 million. It's the reverse as it relates to the debt issuance. That is not to exceed that amount.
Supervisor Hopkins.
I find reason in what the county executive stated about some of the long-term costs of going with that S resolution. I think the similar argument is the case in not passing this current resolution in terms of some significant long-term costs associated with this project. So I am in agreement with the current resolution having a broader long time view about costs in this case. So I'm in agreement.
Supervisor Horth.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Corporation Counsel, I'm sorry, if you could clarify that just again, because if the $2 million is going to be transferred, or not less than $2 million is going to be transferred, then we in essence have already set, we would have already committed to the 40 million in the project plus 40 plus the 2 million?
So as drafted 2026-29, it's almost akin to what the county did with ARPA, where we were reaching a point where those funds needed to be expended by a date certain by the end of the year. And so there was the behavioral health building project. And so there was authorization from the board to expend the remainder of ARPA funds, whatever that dollar may be. And so there was an expectation of what it may be. Similarly here, we are comfortable at this stage of the behavioral health building project that $2 million can be released from that and can be transferred over to the other project. However, between now and completion of the behavioral health building project, if additional savings can be found and that project is completed in October or November, let's pick a number, let's say it's $250,000, then by action of the board through 2026-29, that dollar amount, that savings would go to this project.
So if we have, again, not macro numbers, the total project is $40 million. And we're saying that we have an opportunity to transfer, regardless of where that $40 million comes from, it's here. We have a chance to transfer 2 million from the behavioral health center to the public safety building. So then we're saying that the budget, the total impact would be $42 million then.
If there's $2 million transferred from behavioral health to this, yes, it would be 42. If additional savings were realized, then that would go towards the public safety building and it would offset the need for additional debt issuance to make up the total of the 44 million if authorized by the board.
So then again, back to the question I heard earlier, and maybe I'm just getting tired. A vote yes for the upcoming motion, would in fact mean that we would be approving the 40 million, the original amount, and yet that 2 million will still be transferred over.
So 2026-29 would authorize the transfer of not less than $2 million from behavioral health to public safety, part one. Part two, it authorized an additional not to exceed $2 million through debt issuance if needed to go towards the public safety building, effectively increasing the authorized budget from $40 million to $44 million. There is a second resolution, and that's a 2/3 member-elect vote. There was some discussion about that earlier. If that is approved, the board would then proceed to 2026-28. That's the second component of any debt issuance, where first the board authorizes the funding at a 2/3, but then to actually proceed with debt issuance, that by state law is a 3/4 vote. And so the board would need to take action on that measure to actually authorize the debt issuance, not guaranteeing that the county would go ahead and do that. We wouldn't if not needed. But it would authorize that debt issuance through that second vote, which is presently not before the board.
Thank you for clarifying, and my apologies for so many questions on it.
Any further questions, comments? Supervisor Rossi.
Thank you, Chairman. I would like to say, and I understand Supervisor Miller's comments on this about, the board has spoken, but when there is such a minority that's against something, and we do see that there are different bars, different thresholds that have to be met to pass certain resolutions, which is the case for 2026-28. And this was my caution before, is that now we do run the risk of 2026-28 not passing. And I will be voting the same way that I voted before in the S resolution format. I've seen many votes before where, there were dissenters, and that's exactly what this is for, is that in the future, when we look at our record, you know, at least I want to be consistent with what I've been doing, and this is a big one for me. So I will be voting no on both of them. Thank you.
Any further comments or questions? Okay, this is a 2/3 majority vote.
Supervisor Kelly, how do you vote?
No.
Supervisor Coleman, how do you vote? Yes, okay. That motion passes. Let us get this recorded.
Okay.
Motion passes.
So we're on to 2026-28. Do we need to read it or? Yeah, why don't you read it so we know what we're.
Okay, we are now on to the second reading of resolution number 2026-28 by Finance and Human Resources Committee authorizing additional $4 million and general obligation promissory notes for public safety building construction projects, and this is the 3/4 vote.
All right, is there any comments, questions?
Mr. Chairman,
Yes.
I think it would behoove us to have Corp Counsel explain again, because this was a question a number of us had, that it's my understanding that we're not likely to bond for $4 million. It's just that the original where the original resolution for the bonding was such that because of the 2 million we're going to use from the behavioral health, it's a legal technicality that we have to put that on top of this. I don't know, it's a bit confusing, but it would help us to hear your words of wisdom again.
Could you reiterate that for?
Sure. Well, first, let me read the statement again that our finance director read from our bond counsel, and then I can kind of offer some additional description of that. Bear with me one moment. When do you have that actual statement, Andy?
I'm also trying to find it.
Okay. It is always our opinion that initial resolutions provide a not to exceed amount of bonds that can be issued and not a requirement to issue that amount. If the county board approves the initial resolution, the county will have the authority to issue up to $4 million of debt, but it does not have to issue $4 million. It can issue a smaller amount or none at all.
Okay, so then taking that a step further, $2 million of additional funding that is now by the action of this board been transferred to the public safety building project. That was the subject of an initial resolution that authorized debt issuance in that amount, but for a different project. And so the resolution before the body right now, 2026-28, is authorizing a total debt issuance of not to exceed 4 million, 2 million of which is coming from a different project that had already been authorized for that other project. And so it would not be that 2 million plus an additional 4 million. Absolutely not. It is a total debt issuance of $4 million, not less than 2 million from behavioral health and not to exceed 2 million for the public safety of additional borrowing.
If I could further my request, I think it's so critical that we understand, and I hope the county executive would step forward and assure us that the plan is, if we need it, we're gonna borrow $2 million more, but not more.
County executive.
I will promise you that 100%. And what I came up to say before is, to be clear here, I am not happy about spending additional money, not even a little bit. But I think this is necessary to move forward, and the mission is and will continue to be to bring both these projects in at or under budget. That's my commitment to you, and not borrowing more than 2 million. That will not happen.
Any further comments or questions? All right, this is a 3/4 majority vote. Do we? We need a motion to adopt.
Just jump ahead a little bit.
I skipped one step. No. So I've got a motion made and seconded now for resolution 2026-28. It's 3/4 majority. And
Supervisor Kelly, how do you vote?
No.
Supervisor Coleman, how are you voting? Thank you. That motion does pass 17 in favor. Let us just record this.
okay. Item number 13, reconsiderations of resolutions and ordinances from previous meetings and or actions on vetoes.
There is no reconsiderations.
Item number 14, reconsideration of and or notice of intent to reconsider resolutions and ordinances.
There is no notice.
Informational reports.
There are none on tonight's agenda.
Miscellaneous, item 16, miscellaneous business announcement and oral reports. I do have one announcement here. So folks that go to the county, supervisors that go to the county fair, you probably got a little card that said July 29th. Some of us got calls today saying it's July 30th. So remember that. There won't be any festivities on the 29th. You're welcome to come out to the fair, but the hospitality, the picnics will be on the 30th. We are adjourned.